Morning, Aerith.
Hello.
You rest well?
Somewhat.
Hmm.
You were tinkering with something on the desk.
The project. Wilhelm sent me the latest casing piece to try out and fit it.
Ah,
Looks like it fits relatively well. I noted a few changes to the design of what we could do to make it feel a little bit better. And add a bit more protection, because there was one part that looked like it didn't quite cover what we needed to. So, I was making note of it.
feel should not really factor, no? You are not intending to hold it.
No, feel is in terms of when I was looking at it, it looked like one part was still exposed in the structure of it. That's what I mean by that. I chose the wrong word.
Ah. Okay.
But I made note of it, so I'll bring that to him later. But I think we're getting closer to being able to test it out at least. So probably after this next set of changes and adjustments, we'll be able to do like a test run with it.
Okay.
Aside from that, anything happen while we were gone?
Not particularly. The campus was quiet. Very quiet.
A good and a bad thing, I take it?
I was able to at least get a reply to some correspondence that I sent.
That's good.
It so happened that, for a bit of time, some of Zuashi's past belongings were sitting in our room.
The pair of weapons.
The weapons were identified as prior armaments of hers in the early formation of the Isles. Back before some of the defenses of the land were properly in place. She has no wish for them to be returned to her, as she feels herself beyond the use of tools that are meant to harm. So she is happy with their current arrangement of being in possession of her son.
Okay, so I figured he did take it then. Okay. Well,
Yes.
Good. I think he'll make good use of them.
So it is now with her blessing that he keeps them.
Well, that's good. That's good.
That was not the only thing that I had asked.
Oh?
I had asked her, based off the description, as best as I could, of the sounds coming from the charm, if she could tell if they were any kind of language. She was able to identify as two of them, as it seems that it is a mixture, though one is stronger than the other. They are both languages of clay, not commonly spoken anymore. One is called gemform, the other is crystalline. So I have decided that I am trying to learn the latter, seeing as it was described as the dominant of the two.
Yeah, and it's also fitting for your magic, so...
That is true. Though, admittedly, it is hard to imagine where to start with it, considering, at least to my knowledge, the way that it sounded, there is no spoken phonetics, like common. It seemed more like singing.
Like tones, perhaps?
Yes.
Hmm. Because
I do
like,
not know
when
which
you
one
hit
was
some.
which, but it was like the sound of chimes and sometimes the sound of a flute.
Ah, okay. That's what I was gonna say. Is like, you know when you hit like pieces of metal and they make that tone sound in response.
Hmm.
Because like materials will do that, like when you like tap them and stuff like that. So I was like
But
wondering maybe it's like that's how you could
it
do
makes
something like that
sense, considering I have been told that other charms, like those ones, speak
maybe.
similarly ancient languages of elements that are often similar to those of the wielder.
Interesting.
I have been told that Winters speaks in Abyssal, and Irins speaks in Solaran, which are the dark and light languages, respectively.
Makes sense.
It is very fascinating. There are languages of all of the elements of such nature, though not many speakers.
I thought about picking one, like trying to learn one of them, like maybe like lightning or something like that. Since I'm light and lightning.
Potentially. It is likely that given the nature of these languages, it is best to only try to learn ones that are ones that you possess the elements for, because unlike regular languages, they seem to have more direct magical nature to them.
Yeah. Because if my
Considering,
memory serves me correctly, Andraste's trying to learn dark, but she doesn't have that, and she was like having.
I have been informed, at least in one point, when Winter started speaking Abyssal, that he specifically told Irin to get away from him,
Ah,
as I believe that
that makes a lot of
being in
sense.
physical proximity while hearing that language would have actually been directly painful. Though admittedly, it was rather unpleasant to listen to for anyone involved. I heard
I
it
can imagine.
faintly from a distance, and it was not pleasant. I did not like it.
Yeah, I could imagine.
But that being said, if that is a commonality between all of them, then I would have to be careful of speaking it in your presence while I am learning it,
Yeah. Yeah.
because I would be speaking clay.
Yep. And that doesn't agree with me.
It is unfortunate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I mean, it's like that's what I was saying. I was like, I was thinking maybe like I might look into maybe.
Here come the boys.
I might look into learning like lightning or something like that, but then I'd have to be careful about saying that around Lillian because, well,
There are some resources in the library, though I imagine they are probably more for the more common versions and none that are necessarily the, how do I say, older versions of said languages.
It could be a good starting point, though.
Potentially. Admittedly, I'm making quite a jump by going straight to the oldest rather than stepping up, but considering it is in an effort to try to understand one that has been speaking to me a couple times, I feel that it is worth the hassle. Besides, it is not as if I will not have a tutor.
True. Well, I mean,
As the offer for mentorship has been re-extended to emphasize that that offer was still on the table, along with an apology on her part for the overall handling of the situation in Yanxi. As she is self-aware of the fact that her sentiments and feelings caused her to act irrationally compared to what could have potentially prevented some of the worse effects from ever being able to happen.
I'm just glad she's doing alright.
She is
And that we were successful.
somewhat. She is somewhat okay. She is recovering in her own right. After all,
I figured.
I imagine that fixing the mana vein took quite a bit out of her.
I could only imagine.
Though, I'm sure it will be nice for her to not have to regularly bleed herself into the waters.
Yeah, yeah.
Considering that
Oh,
was
there's my brother.
actions of the cult.
Mm-hmm.
I'll like get the guy's attention, get a couple hits in, back up. Masa just makes a big swing, stuns the guy. Then I go back in, and then I stun them with like a wind blast or like.
You
a
have
earth-
someone knocking on the back of your head.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I was about to say it's bludgeoning. You can't do
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You can
Not
say
even
he's
campaign,
Vic-headed.
but
It's
genuinely
okay.
The worst injury I've even sustained while
I mean, you're
like,
not wrong.
here on campus is the fucking hole through
I
my
know.
hand, but
I am stating fact.
That's just a different situation in itself.
yeah, it wasn't on campaign. It was when Sula decided to chuck a fucking spear through my hand. Yeah.
That seems very
The
unpleasant.
worst injury.
I took a break this week, so I'm doing good.
Actually,
Mm.
he would
Well,
argue
You also took
Feels
a
weird
break.
taking a break, though.
back in the pits.
Well,
It feels weird taking
yeah,
breaks.
there isn't a problem
Yeah.
with that. The
You
dragon,
needed it.
Well, okay, not the
Yeah.
consequence dragon.
Can't even deny
way
that.
Back when we initially counted it
actually,
in,
never mind, I forgot about that.
when we initially
Sometimes
counted it in Kieran, did
it just
spawn my
happens,
human form
even
a
if
little
it
bit.
is
My
not
doppelganger form
intentional.
Kind of takes over on some portions
Yeah.
of my arm here.
Yeah,
but
someone gave me a not so gentle
it's
reminder
still
last
my
week,
form.
so
Again, the only one is the hand, since that happened.
Suki
in
yelled at
that
me.
form.
Oh,
I do remember getting
I was
blood
going to say,
transferred during the
did
consequences.
something
It was not
happen?
me.
It's also because
It was not me.
Were you shaken?
Nah, Suki yelled at me for...
something. It
No, it's just more so, wow,
think we were
yeah, I
all
do need to
angry
take a
about
break if you're
certain
yelling
things.
at me for it.
I was part of it.
Yeah.
was the kind of
What,
pissed
what's
off.
this about, dipshit? What?
Yeah.
Which one?
Hmm?
I heard Hezekiah, what about him?
Oh,
So, he mentioned he was pissed off during the whole hearing consequence dragon thing. Not the first time, not the second time. And I was talking.
No, he was there for the second, not the first.
Oh, then I don't fucking remember. And
Oh, I remember. Theory got pissed off, which pissed me off, and then I went to go like create an opening for everybody, and I asked I think I asked I don't remember who I asked, but I asked somebody to like give me like shielding while I charged up something, and they completely just fucked off, and I got hit with the first. I got clipped by the first.
right.
attack.
But was also Giovanni acting like he was more than a cavalry and deciding to stick his fucking nose into everything he didn't fucking need to.
Oh yeah, that did piss me off.
Damn.
Hi, Professor.
Hi,
hello.
Talking about previous battles and campaigns.
You feel up for fighting today, Bill?
Maybe at some point, not now
Again,
though.
His input was technically needed, but like we were in the middle of doing stuff, and he was actively fighting cavalry orders.
Roland pissed
Time
me
and a
off
place.
during that. Yeah, I remember now. Roland pissed me off
walk
because they
away
fell down
while
a
you're
hole.
all gathering around the wind.
Oh,
Yes,
He
yes.
jumped in.
I walked up on this, and it's honestly just too fascinating to ignore.
Roland was the inspiration for that fucking rune I That's the
It's
best
either
part.
we're complaining about the most recent campaign or it's the previous ones. Why are we always complaining?
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't know.
Because
This isn't even necessarily complaining.
How are you
It's
doing
more
today,
just
Professor?
stating.
it is a need for
It's
sass.
a very normal day.
I'm just surprised.
Especially from this motherfucker, he sasses all the time. It's like his
I
one
don't want
defining
to hear
trait.
from you, Yandere.
Wow!
I feel like I'm missing something here.
Wow!
Damn.
I was like, who the
I didn't hear it, so.
I didn't see you because whenever I
Well, you
first
better
looked
that
this
way, I
direction, you were a little bit out of my view.
Probably.
Fucking wrong, but goddamn.
Yeah.
More than likely.
Also, we're not continuing that student council meeting today, right?
No.
Hello, Fizzy.
Hello, I hope not.
Thanks.
For all of our sanity? No.
It's still such a weird spot for people to just kind of.
This has been several days in a row that people have just kind of gathered there.
Seats right there.
Yes, but
It's also true.
the wall calls for them. They're walling.
No council
I hope they get pushed off one day.
It's either that or someone is going to be using the training dummies, and then they're going to mistake them for a bunch of dummies. Of course, that would never happen, but
I honestly was really.
it would be funny. Depending on who it is, at least.
Or get so pissed she turned back to
I was gonna say,
a
yeah,
all the king's horses, all the king's men, put them all back together
And
again.
both the Centurion head temporarily and the,
I know. I was about to say, the only time I've ever even seen her in her Tengu form before that was her, like,
Does
actually
he-
choosing to show me it.
Has your color
I've
been
never seen her so
dimmer
pissed
than
when
it has been
Tengu form
lately?
actually appeared.
We're talking about how the council
Yeah.
meeting just fucking sucked ass
We're
last
talking
week.
about how we don't want to do
Is
council
that
meetings.
a...
I don't want to do a council meeting.
Are you recovering from an injury still?
I just don't
Me
want
or fun? That's
No,
fucking crazy.
my color kind of
Depending on the
comes and goes with how I feel.
Oh, I see. I apologize for pointing it out then.
Don't have a
I could go
meeting.
for some
It's okay. It's not as bad as it was, which means I'm doing better.
Yeah,
There's more meetings.
weird.
I see.
Going
I'll
home
keep that-
was a good idea too.
Which is really weird to say.
Basically,
Ah,
But I have had those.
I
flavoring to water.
would love to do that myself, but I am still giving a bit of room for
in and of itself.
family to recover from the hecticness of the last couple weeks.
I like it.
Yeah, there was a
Also,
good
Mother is bedbound, so
Anyway,
probably not best to bother her while she's trying to heal.
we both do.
I had fun, but I also look back and I'm like,
Yeah, I just have my lighthouse. There's no one there. So.
Hmm.
man, like how you worked.
Sounds scenic, though.
Oh no, it's really pretty. The lighthouse is really close to the edge of the island, and usually Israel is over the ocean, so I get to see the sunrise and sunset all the time.
Ooh.
He was doing some work, even though I told him
Yeah.
to not do that.
I am not close enough to the harbor to be able to see it rise over the waters.
I found out about that.
I would have to make a trip down to that particular area if I wanted to do so.
Doing anything.
And it's not often that I've had...
But no, it's for your
I shall have to give that a try. I am sure that I will have opportunity to wander a little bit. Probably here in a coming week or two.
How's it going?
Do you got any?
I'll likely be going to Yanxi for a while to receive the mentorship that was offered to me.
Are you looking for something heavier? Or what?
Yeah, I had to put on my armor and my weapon.
I've been looking forward to it, actually.
Me and Nomi got
I
really
remember
close,
when
and then
very
Leviticus
depressed.
boiled away like half the water that was in there.
I remember like the first time I got here, and all of a sudden it was like, whoa, these are heavy, wow, and now it's.
Means you've grown.
That's what work and routine does to you, yeah.
We could make heavier weights. I'm sure there are ways to do that.
I can only get so much heavier.
You hear what
You
Lyra
just gotta start carrying people.
She just said, "God, use your Starboard realm."
I'm probably lighter
No,
than
no,
most of
no,
those.
no, you
Listen,
don't.
I don't think that she would be very challenging for you if the weights are.
Why don't you try lifting up Philip?
Impa, Stone, Ironwood, like one or two other people just all talking over there, and it turned into.
Oh yeah, we were using
and
stone
it
as a
turned into
way.
pretty
Yeah.
much like how much can it's like how much can each one like stone,
I don't know. Something feels a little bit wrong about carrying around a bunch of people for training. I'll probably head back home at some point. Probably see about getting something made, like a big old thing to carry or some logs.
I was just saying, just get
Might
along.
I? Well, so might I recommend maybe you get something that you put a liquid into so that you can change the weight or add to it, add more liquid into it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sand could also work too.
Sand isn't a liquid.
No, but it can also be using the same concept.
filled of sand. That's the thing you were just complaining
If you heat the sand enough, it becomes a liquid.
Sand isn't a liquid.
Don't eat sand.
So
The desert is
No, she said
technically,
heat it.
I mean, like The reason why I suggest liquid is he could theoretically do different liquids, because some liquids are heavier than others.
Sometimes when they punch me too much in the head, words get
Correct.
If he gets something he can put liquid in, he could like fill it with like honey or something like that and have like honey weights.
You know what? Sand's a dry liquid.
And then he'd be swarmed by all the bees.
Good job for Suki.
But yeah, also then we get swarmed by the bees.
Nah, sand is a dry
Hello, do you like bees?
I mean,
It is it is motivation to run.
Exactly.
True.
Giovanni.
Yes?
So you have to get a
Gonna
thing
cause
that you can
people
put liquid
mental
into,
pain
and you
with
need
that
to
now.
put a bunch of honey into it because honey is heavier than water. And as they have mentioned, when the bees chase you, it's encouragement to keep running.
Oh my goodness.
He's actually considering it, I think. Oh, secret option.
Congratulations, bees.
Just a lot of people. Well, except for the monster.
Just takes
Congratulations,
he just takes
beekeeper.
the beehive. No, he just takes the beehive and just has it over his head and just bolts with it.
I moved a little bit to the side. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you moved a little bit to the side.
Sometimes it is like that.
Monsters. Still go with the honey idea, but go find a monster that really likes honey.
Go find a bear.
Yeah, I was about to say, go find a bear.
Yeah.
I do not know why everyone sits on the wall. There's perfectly good benches right there.
You are, the more important you seem.
That made Giovanni freak the fuck out. Now he's
Fair enough. Perhaps I could ask Erin about how it feels to speak those languages. Obviously, I imagine they are not one and the same, but the concept could be potentially applied. Snow and Silas? I cannot tell. But not the ones that I am looking for. Granted, when the one you are looking for is able to fly, it makes it difficult to narrow down the places they might be. Because the sky is always an option, or any obscure place that one can get up high. Hello. I saw a glimpse of wings. That might be him. Hmm? Oh, you have awoken. That is good.
Aerith.
Are you
Logan, yeah.
alright?
How long?
Besides the obvious discomfort.
I'm starving, but I just downed a lot of blood packs. I should be fine, but I'm still hungry.
If you have just woken for the first time, then it has been 2 weeks.
Weeks?
Yes. The battle ended 2 weeks ago.
What happened? Who's dead? Who's still alive?
None of our number have died. The only one who died was the general.
Okay.
Nice wings.
Yeah.
Do
I've been
you...
out for 2 weeks?
Yes.
Why am I not dead?
I suppose that by either sheer miracle, stroke of luck, or extreme stubbornness, that the injuries sustained were not enough to cause mortal harm, but enough to at least
I recall,
knock you
I
out.
was sitting in the mouth of the cave with...
contract or something like that.
That was part of the problem, though, is that he could not be healed by any means.
Fuck. I need to speak with Keith. I do not like that debt just floating around. Yeah. Last I recall, I was bleeding out. I was covered in burns. I was inside the mouth of the cave with Violin and Putra, and then...
I'm sure there are some things that could have arguably not been considered healing, but were enough to at least stymie the worst of it, to at least get you in a position where you could be held out until the day passed by.
Things like bandages and the like.
Once the day passed by, that stipulation technically was over, so they could at least do a bit. Do you require more blood available to you?
I've already eaten too much as is. I should not be eating anymore. It'll be taking away what little supplies may be left.
Well, to be fair, it is not as if anyone should be going well out of their way to be requiring those supplies for any immediate time now, though the consideration is still good.
No.
Well, either way,
I already ate as much as I did.
if it
I'll
is...
be eating the bare minimum of the bare minimum.
If it is still straining you, I at least advise being careful, and if it is worsening, that you do what you can to stymie the urges, at the very least. I do not really know what sort of
feeding
things...
me throughout the week, or else I would have been either dead, or you'd have all dealt with a wild animal tearing his way out of the clinic.
I cannot say for certain. I am not a Valkyrie, so I do not stay around there.
Where are my glasses? Where is my mask?
I would have to presume that any of your belongings likely are in your room. Unless they were not recovered by anybody, but I certainly do not have them on my person.
No, head's pounding, vision swimming.
I would at least recommend checking there first. If for anything, at least glasses or the mask, just to help cover your eyes so that the light is not uncomfortable.
It's not the brightness that's the issue. The glasses, they had an anti-charm rune on them. And then the mask was supposed to have the same, but...
Well, in either case, that is what I'd recommend first. I do not know where they would be otherwise.
What are we looking for?
His glasses or mask. They were not at his bedside when he awoke, so they have probably been moved elsewhere.
Did he drop them underneath his bed?
I don't know if it would be underneath his bed. The last time he was conscious was while we were still on the war front. He only just woke up today.
Really? Really? Holy moly.
I mean, he did come probably the closest out of anyone to dying. And it wasn't as if we were able to do anything for him until well past the original time.
I'm going to walk. Good luck.
Who is that over there?
No clue.
They
He
are
asked me the same thing earlier.
very, very tall.
Personally, I assume it's either someone politically or someone family member, but they're none of mine, so.
Hmm.
Oh well, if you find out, let me know.
I will. Oh, there are two unknown individuals. They are likely getting an initial greeting. I will wait to crowd them until they are actually moving around the campus. Otherwise, it may be distracting. I'm assuming that they do not look like anyone's family members, at least as far as I can tell. Otherwise, they would not likely be held up by every other available professor on campus. Also, I do not believe there's anyone who really looks like them. Even remotely familial. But I could be wrong.
The leader of the experiments and basically got the offer from the father to join them. And he took over running the experiments. So technically both.
Good morning.
Blips would... Hello.
Just in case either of you care, there appear to be some visitors on campus, in case you are.
But they were also experimented on by the cult.
They are being held up by both of all the available professors, so they do not look like anyone's family. Potentially new staff.
You want explaining?
More or less, yes.
Early warning, either way.
Similar to how, like, what I've read about angels.
I mean, yes, I guess, but like, that's not my priority. 'Cause it's not my house. So.
Hello. Just in case anyone cares, there are some visitors on campus. I do not believe they are anyone's family, because normally family members do not get held up by every single available professor on campus.
What the fuck is here?
Okay, well
I don't
now
know.
you've got interest. Okay, let's go.
Now we have shit to do.
Time to spy.
Alright, let's go see what the fuck's going on.
I will let them do all the reconnaissance for me, and then they can tell me, so I can introduce myself properly. I'm so smart.
A true cavalry member.
I wasn't actually encouraging them to do that. I just wanted to let them know in case they were going to do anything that they didn't want anyone who is just new to campus to see.
Regardless, if they come on the campus, they are kind of forced to, not forced, like.
I know that there is an agreement and such, but first impressions are not covered by NDAs.
Yeah. Well, either way, a lesson learned. You can always trust people to rubberneck, even if they're not supposed to.
It is always an interesting note to keep in mind for who immediately goes to look into something, or otherwise it's just like, yeah, okay, cool. A bit of a thought experiment. Nothing more. But I am intrigued on my own part. But I'm sure I will get my opportunity, because usually anyone who visits is at least there for the day. However, I have a feeling that considering numerous openings in the staff, as far as I'm aware, that they could potentially be people to help fill the voids left behind by those who previously held them.
Oh yeah, that's right. I know.
It wouldn't be entirely surprising. I think we only have one assistant professor at the moment, and...
Correct.
Actually, I suppose Rom would technically be professor now that Virtues has stepped up to headmaster. Unless...
I would imagine that he's still... I imagine Kisawe is returning, as I believe her departure was to cover the situation with Yanxi and try to bridge over the tensions.
I think the one that's missing is Calvary doesn't have a assistant professor anymore.
Calvary, Valkyrie, and to an extent Centurion. Actually, definitely Centurion.
Yeah.
The only one who really has both a main primary professor and an assistant is Vanguard. And they're having to currently do double duty, so...
You could have done this. Apparently, she was able to
see if
I suppose, somewhat see the move and doppelganger transformation. Another doppelganger.
Oh, please tell me to have pants on then.
Hello.
Because you live, bitch.
Hello again.
Hello.
Okay. So, figured out who they are.
Okay. Was I right?
The tall one, the tall female, is the new assistant Centurion professor, and the male is a new assistant for Valkyrie.
Ah, interesting. So we are still without an assistant of our own. Darn.
True. But they're being given the tour around by Sayori, so we'll leave them be until later.
Yes, I am sure they will have plenty of time left over to be interrogated about everything to do about their lives.
Yeah, especially the Centurion one. She's a demon.
Okay. I don't know exactly what that has anything to do with it on the...
No, I just noticed. I just know that that's what she is. She's demon that looks like yokai.
Okay.
She has a one of the spirit flames above her.
Hello.
Hello.
Anyways.
Lillian decided not to get out of bed today.
No. You just sent me out.
Understandable. As long as there is nothing wrong with her at the moment that I should be worried about, at least.
Well, she's physically fine, but questioning a few things, if anything.
She is hardly alone in that regard, so I cannot exactly blame her. I would dare say that likely the entirety of Dorm 5B is having similar problems.
She was more so concerned if she felt like she belonged because decision making was a problem for her.
The only time I would feel that would be a problem is if she was in Calvary House. She is not... Her primary goal is not to be the one making decisions that are going on, but to do her best in ensuring that everyone around her comes back home safe. Which she did. So I do not think that she did anything wrong.
That's what I think Abby thinks she means is decisions in moment, like whether to attack using her magic or heal or just... She was unsure of order of operations of what to do, mainly. Or when to do stuff in moment.
I do not think that necessarily constitutes a lack of belonging. It is not as if she is a seasoned fighter who has gone to battle on such a scale, let alone at all.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, but... It's
Perhaps she needs...
thinking ahead sometimes.
Oh, I am all too familiar with that issue. That is a commonality between many people. Too many thoughts for too many thoughts for too little head.
Yeah.
I will see about talking to her about it if she is willing to share her concerns.
For allowing me to join your team on the mission. I don't get the opportunity a lot.
She talked to her trainer, Valen, at one point, so I think he set her straight. I'm not sure though.
Well, it can certainly help to get an semi-outside perspective on the usual dynamics. So, it does not hurt to at least extend the invitation.
Seems like a good idea.
Water depositing things.
I find it funny because we made that comparison with you and like your mother and also the the only that you ended up meeting during Hallows Eve. I don't know where he was from though, so I can't make the comparison there.
I got sidetracked and I have lost track of Urine again. Now I will not see him for at least half an hour. Though knowing him, he could be monitoring the new arrivals. Or perhaps not. But if I were Erin, where would I go? Somewhere with the least amount of people possible. That is typically a good guess. Well, the unusual idea did not bear fruit. It was worth a shot. Huh. I've actually been over to this one. They hold a cavalry pin. This one might be a memorial to one of their fallen, I suppose. I know the one in the infirmary is for a Valkyrie. Perhaps a less steep drop would be ideal. There we are. Oh, hello.
Didn't notice you over here, sorry. I'm looking for Kyan.
I'm looking for Erin. We are both searching for someone.
Erin.
By the way,
Now that one...
is that like the statue that is inside of the infirmary, in regards that it is not of... it is of a former student?
Yeah, that's Blitz over there.
Ah, so that is Blitz. I have heard them referred to in the past, but I had never really been told anything about them. Aside from that, they are not here.
Yeah, I didn't really know them that well, but they were a good person.
I see.
Could say more about them.
That
Miss
is all
probably
right.
would have a lot more.
It is more just a curiosity, because it is the first time I have actually found my way over here, as I have just begun to check all of the isolated spots, because at least in my general getting inside of Erin's head to figure out where would he probably be, I went with wherever the least amount of people are.
Probably also in the sky. You should probably...
Yes, but seeing the sky is a bit easier than the ground. He was in the sky earlier, but not anymore, or at least not in one where not where I could see. So, it is okay. I will wander more. Please be quiet, inner thoughts. Erin does exist. I remembered him clearly. He is a reliable person, and someone I consider an ally. That said, I'm pretty sure I see his wings in the distance. Skyward, probably nearby Aura. Aura and Erin like to have sky conversations quite often. I would dare say it is probably their favorite form of communication. Freed from the bounds of being grounded. The only way I would never know that freedom is by having a rune. But that would require me to be off the ground, and I don't want that. Ugh, not at all. So we're going to just shake that thought away.
Exactly.
When do I have?
Unconscious
10?
for like at least a week, maybe more, and is now
2
saying like,
weeks,
why am I
according
still
to
hungry?
Aerith.
Why am
I'm
I still
always,
hungry?
I'm always hungry.
I'm
Because you
glad.
eat the bare minimum of the
I'm
bare
glad that you
minimum.
found
have,
what
like,
you
one
were
blood
looking
pack,
for.
maybe two.
Was
It's
it
a
where I thought
spare
it was?
mask.
Oh.
No. Apparently,
Son, his
the
actual
mask
mask
and
is better
glasses
than
I
broken.
have are. Yeah.
So. Sorry,
Thankfully, I have this as a backup.
I have opinions when it comes down to you eating the bare minimum of the bare
Understood.
minimum.
Don't need more than that, and I had about 12 packs today. First thing when I woke up.
I know, it's just when
Issue is I'm always hungry.
Not gonna lie. That.
I do.
I saw a sky combo happening over here. Don't tell me they have already moved since I last thought I spotted them. I feel like I am playing that game where I am the cat. And they are mice. I think that's the idiom that is used. I will find him eventually. I don't know how, I don't know where. Eventually. Ah, this section. Probably there'd be something in here for at least Starry's case. I'll have to confirm with one of the professors at some point. How extensive the reference material is. Hello.
Is Kyan in there? Oh, well.
No, he is not. There's nobody in there, at least as far as I could tell. I was looking more for someone who was a lot more noticeable if they were in there or not, though. But every time I feel like I see them from afar, when I try to go over to where they were, they are gone.
Feel that. They just go, no.
It doesn't help that they are able to fly, and I cannot, so I cannot go skyward to try to meet them. I see wings. Sky Convo, got it. There is no way I will get them down. I will have to wait.
I might have to take a little look at your aura then, because I know at least my aura has a pink thread severing out from that leading skyward.
I'll make sure I ask you since you didn't offer.
Alright. At the very least, I talked with her and she was able to hide the mark, so I'm calm about it now.
The last I saw, he was bleeding gold from his nose. Apparently, he felt like somebody else and his hair turned white.
Yeah,
Who
that's
knows
going to stay
what
that
else
way.
happened
He
here.
is still blonde, he still has emotions, and
Yeah.
he still has a heartbeat.
He's always had emotions.
Okay, but like...
The heartbeat is new.
Yeah.
A more intense, a deeper intensity of emotion.
He's more emotional.
He's more human. Can you not?
He gave me a hug. He doesn't do that normally, you know?
Have you ever have you just given him a hug before? Have you ever asked for one? Some people tend not to give out hugs unprompted at times.
I'm being slowly surrounded again! It keeps happening!
I don't know what you're
Ooh, you pissed me off! Ooh, you pissed me off!
From what I know of him, no.
I can't make my usual threats towards you, because I care, and I don't have fucking... God damn it!
Right. But, fuck. What about
Not me,
Lily?
leveraging the fact that I know you would never do it.
James.
But, fine. James, nothing he hasn't handled before.
Oh, you pissed me off.
Seems in relatively good spirits.
It's okay. I've been told this on occasion.
Brain work.
I was with you and I'm doing great.
Lily and James. Yeah, you were, but you were also part of another squad. I'm talking about the squad Violin put together. I'm trying to remember, but I can't. Forgetting somebody?
No, you're fine. Unless my memory's gone too.
Yeah, here. How about this?
Hello. Is the recovery going okay? I do not know what the process is like for wing injuries.
I didn't exactly know myself, but I just got back from Serenity recently. Lars took me to a family member that gave me a treatment and a plan going forward. I left it with the Valkyries, and I have to have patches put on every day. I took them off this morning, but before curfew hours, I need to get someone to infuse them with some more light and put them back on. It will apparently take 2 months.
Well, fortunately, I hope that there is no situation that would require us to be immediately active so soon after just finishing up with another, so at least still have the time to be idle.
I definitely hope so. It just feels weird. I'm still waiting on... my people are supposed to be stopping by one of the portals here. I'm not quite sure how long it'll take, but I need some help with my rune too, so there's a lot that I need to work on. That's probably the more important thing to deal with before any
The
more
rune?
Oh, sorry, right. I don't know if the document is still around for Calvary, but my people use a specific type of rune. We tattoo it on our backs. It helps us when we're dealing with especially malevolent spirits. It keeps us from going through spiritification if we were to fall while fighting one. It calms us and makes certain that our emotions stay stable. But it got damaged in the fires.
I see. Then, yes, I would definitely consider that more important to have functional. It is unpleasant to be grounded when you are used to being able to be in the sky, but it is at least temporary, from the sounds of it.
I'm glad to at least hear that that was the case, as long as I just have to be very, very careful. I wasn't sure if I would follow the same rules as Fane, since I'm only half. Though apparently that was for the best, I found. Given that I didn't know they were damaged until a week later, normally that would involve having to remove them.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't think that would have been pleasant for anyone involved.
It's worrisome. I haven't gone through a frenzy in a very long time, but stabilizing them was the best I could do, and then Mars said that one of his family members could help, so it at least seems to be the case. I haven't felt the need since then.
That's
It's mostly just
good,
emotions.
at least. That seems to be the common thread for the vast majority of people right now is, in most cases, physically people are fine, but other cases not so much.
Yeah, I've been
Speaking
feeling that a
from
lot.
experience on that end.
How are you?
Well, as I said myself, physically fine. Most of the damages were ultimately superficial or repairable. It is the aftermath and being able to finally let go after everything was done that has been difficult.
Thanks a lot, I know.
There is,
I'm definitely feeling it for
unfortunately,
everyone.
a matter that was caused as a direct result of this conflict that has yet to be resolved, that is weighing on me.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Presently, I'm unsure. I just need to give them enough time to recover before I try to talk to them about heavy subjects.
Oh, I get that. I have a lot of frustrations too. And I'm worried that maybe they won't get resolved, or I don't know, maybe it's too late.
I just do not want to let it linger because it's one of those things where if I'm afraid if I leave it alone too long, I could. Well, a number of things could happen, but worst case is I lose someone I care about more than anything else.
And definitely don't. I know what that's like. I'll never put it off. Never put up anything like that.
Soon enough. Hopefully by now they should be at least awake, given the timeline that was given to me. I just don't know how long they need to recover from their injuries before they're really in a position to have visitors.
Right. Well, hopefully they get well soon then.
They're strong. I'm sure they can handle it. I'm probably just being far more worried than I need to be, but I can't help it with them.
worse things to be, I guess, than overly worried about somebody you care about.
Fair enough. Regardless, if you have trouble finding someone that can give light 40 patches, let me know and I can help try to flag someone down when it's time.
I appreciate it. Dorian suffered for today at least. Sarah.
Of course.
It's why I do this every now and then now.
Shrink spell on it, just having that being like a ball, someone can just.
Please don't smack me with your Mario.
I'm not going to.
No, you someone did.
Oh my, I was watching. Don't worry.
Yeah,
There are these walls between us.
I thought you said you don't dance.
To the fourth dimensional being.
I don't dance for you.
So I'm gonna go to the
She can dance if she wants to.
There was a correction added later, so by the official terms of what you were saying, I win.
Come over and train in the wood area.
That's okay. What do you mean?
It's okay.
I'll win this fight yet, doppelganger.
Understand.
It's okay.
Devil in the details. Devil in the details.
It's okay.
Uh-huh.
I feel like I'm missing something critical to the context here.
She said she doesn't. She said she wouldn't dance, and well, she just randomly started dancing. So.
I wouldn't really call that dancing. I was just copying what they were doing.
That wasn't what I was doing though. I was just putting my hand up to where the to the wall that was no longer there.
Oh, officer, you have to understand. I was just copying what that man was doing as I shot him in the head. I wasn't killing him. I was just merely mimicking.
Self-defense, Your Honor.
You must travel to the fifth dimension, which you can't perceive.
Oh dear.
Again, why do I keep getting
I'm still surrounded. You're literally still surrounded.
No.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh, you pissed me off.
You are literally surrounded.
I'm saying if someone shot someone else in the head and you do the same.
I'm dying. Oh god, that was so funny. I'm aware that she has been getting worked up over being surrounded, so I've made a point of making sure to complete the circle around her whenever I see her.
Oh my god. Because it's funny, Your Honor.
It is harmless.
How do you two?
Harmless, I say.
Harmless, funny, Abby like.
Yes.
Agreed. I don't know what you're talking about. That's enough.
Agreed.
Yet.
Like, I feel like you influenced him and he got worse.
That's exactly what happened.
Exactly.
That's
And by
exactly
worse,
what the
I
fuck
mean you're
happened.
worse than him.
He just hasn't done anything today.
No,
He
here's
hasn't
the
done
thing.
anything in front of me.
I say the things out loud.
I'm perfectly
He says the
innocent.
things to me in private, alright?
Same, absolutely.
I just don't air out his dirty laundry. He has said some fuck shit.
Thank you for helping with the bit.
Damn.
She isn't even running. She's just down there.
Hello, Rowan.
Hello.
I hope you're well.
You as well.
As much as current recovery is allowing. Nothing has been added to the plate, at least. Have you come across the new professorial staff?
Yes, I've introduced myself to them.
That is good. I have been meaning to do so when they are not being held up by the... once they are not being held up by their introduction to the campus, before inquiring about whatever specialties they may hold beyond what house they are supporting.
They stumbled across us.
I was speaking with Amaris and Oak in the classroom, and they ended up there. So we stared at them for a moment, thinking, I don't know who those people are.
Fair enough. But that at least fills 2 of the vacancies. There is still at least 1 that needs to be filled at some point if they find someone.
True.
So every
One of
house
them
has
is
their...
interesting.
Which
They
one
said
in
their
particular?
magic is dust. The one named Tequil from the Serenity Desert will be the Valkyrie assistant professor.
Dust. Well, I have a couple ideas in mind of what that would probably be. That's obviously a fusion. I'm not sure exactly of what... Clay and wind is what I would guess, but sometimes the obvious answer... Oh, well, never mind. I was going to say sometimes the obvious answer is not what it ends up being.
Yes, water and lightning, dust.
There have been some stranger cases in the way that people's mana veins have developed.
Most here are no exception as well.
Certainly. Certainly the case.
What the hell is Nix? Leave her for just a moment.
Wait. Oh, that's you. Okay. It's like
That makes sense.
I got.
Walking strain.
But I was noticing the wings and the hair color. It didn't really occur to me that they had the physique of a man for a second.
Yes. I had Nick's drink a polymorph potion so that I could achieve this. It's a little bit nicer on my wardrobe.
Understandable.
I don't know. I feel like being a female would suit you.
Please explain your logic.
Explain my logic?
Yes, I want to know why you think you would make a good female.
He's already kind of a twink.
Do I need a strip to show you otherwise?
No, absolutely not. Dude, no! That is not what I'm asking at all. Esteban is not someone to follow the example of. Do not strip.
Don't remind me that I witnessed that.
I'm
not always naked, but...
My nephew has
I would have been happier not being reminded that he just did that right next to me one day.
No, you did walk into this one.
I was literally right here. I was right here in front of you all. And then afterwards,
I moved just to make this happen. I did look at this on purpose.
He was on the other side. He was on the other side. I was not surrounded.
Oh no, I'm sorry, I can't help you.
This makes me feel better. I need you to stop being in conversations here, and I need to have a conversation with you. Stop talking to people, I need to talk to you. That sounds really bad when I put it like that.
Do you want further details on them?
Are they still up on the cliff? What are they doing up there? It's like he's aura farming or something.
Yeah, yes it does.
Let's go.
Oh. Okay.
Did I walk up on something? What happened?
I'm practicing and
training.
learning again. Training.
Oh, understood.
Yeah.
Trying to learn how to defend myself without magic if my ice fist is not with me, and I could possibly use my ice fist to help me, just in case. I wanted to do better after the war, so...
Understandable. Don't let me stop you then.
Right on, miss.
Where did you learn a reversal like that?
Like I said, I learned some things from... Mr. Iron... Professor...
You son of a bitch, I'm in.
Wait.
Swayed. I might find it funny.
Coral, I assume. I have no idea.
Shit, you right? Okay.
I need some whimsy in life right now.
I'm ready.
Well, I'm right here. I'm
raise
enjoying
the
Winston
gates or not?
incarnate.
Not your flavor of whimsy.
With the new two, so that's probably a no.
Darn, shut down.
Ever mentioned that there's like a banquet next week or something like that? Do you know anything about that?
Nope.
No? Okay. Okay, I'll figure that out. But yeah, no, if you can... I'll go grab her. I'm gonna go grab my blonde man.
Got it. To the Neptune Party District I go this week, I guess.
Perhaps I should go try to find the new professor assistants. At least take the opportunity to get to know them properly. And understand what it is that they specialize in. And hopefully by then Aaron will be done with his conversation and I can catch him before he starts the next one. Why do I feel like they would be in here? Well, someone was in here at least.
Okay, that's what we call it.
Never mind, they are here. I didn't want to walk right into them right there, but... Not thinking about it. They did put some more in here recently.
If you're looking for the star books, they're in the star room.
Oh no, I was looking at a different one, but I didn't expect to immediately run into people in the doorway. Hello.
Yes, these are two new assistant professors, and I'm showing them around.
I had heard a bit that we had gotten some new staff on. It's good to meet you two.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
Don't let me hold you up on unless you are finished with the tour at this point.
We still have the grand hall and the kitchen area.
Ooh,
Understood.
best for last.
Don't let me hold you up then, because the sooner you're done, the sooner that you don't have to retread familiar ground for yourself.
I want to look at your familiar later.
Sure. Just let me know. I can call him over.
Don't. That's part of my outfit, not my scruff.
Actually, before you do go, were there new additions added to those books recently? I think I saw some.
That seems
Perfect.
popular,
There was something I wanted to look into.
Stars are very popular.
I actually was looking for it, but I didn't want to look awkward about it. Ah. Oh, there is one for him. I'm glad he's alive. She is looking at the page for the domain keeper, Hoto. In fact, you know what? Fuck it. We're pulling it up. You guys get to look at what she's looking at, I see. I will get the page pulled up for you. The page she is currently looking at, brand new, is this. Construct that holds power and can call upon it within the Isles if all else fails. I do know the joint project part. The gift to... I'm pretty sure I know who that's supposed to be. To protect them and command a nation of clay if at any point they are too far tired to continue. In recent months, it's been reported of Ryoto's return while not in full power as he used to be. Wasn't a perfect job at least, but he has since been reclaimed command of Yenshi Prairie in the domain of Terra, giving it life where previously it was decaying by the day. Thank you, pretty one. Oh. He knows. I wasn't aware if they possibly would have known if he actually knew anything about me. I suppose he probably would have asked, but that's good at least. Wasn't Helios, it was it was Luca.
Spouting some, I don't know, say on the first day of campaign, spouting off about how you don't want to be here and how you don't care. That'd be a bad way.
Hope you are as well.
I am kind of tired. A lot of work.
Makes sense. I heard your fucking clinking behind me, you little shit.
Hi.
Hi. This one, we just need to like stay in the shadows. That way I could just use it.
That's cheating.
No, it's not. It's using resources.
Darn. Hates me. Did he migrate to the cliff top? Is he now part of the aura farming collective up there? I think he is. Ooh, are they fighting? Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
At first I thought it was going to be you fighting them, considering that they had asked to, do so.
No, I'm currently dealing with fourth dimensional consequences of my actions.
Well, that doesn't sound pleasant at all.
My body hurts on the fourth dimension.
Oh no. That's the worst kind. Healing magic doesn't do anything for that.
I know, right? I wish it did.
We need the magic of ibuprofen.
I do have a...
That's a forbidden fusion and you know it. I'm so glad that the efficacy of these barriers gets tested on the regular, because I feel like I would have died just now.
Yeah, we do have to make them ironwood proof, so...
Thank you.
When will the provisions be fixed for student council, though?
I know, I was really talking to Paul about that when you didn't really say anything else.
I tease you lovingly, sir.
As another thing I'm missing the context on, what are you ribbing him about?
Oh, so student council used to be able to put the barrier up and down, but after a point, the prohibitions seemed to have just, like, not.
To be fair, student council kept changing rapidly.
I was in it the whole time! Winter was too!
I was about to say, council's barely changed since I've been here.
Yeah, but when is Winter ever putting up the barrier? He never cares about being over here.
Good fucking point, but at the same time, yeah. Valkyrie has had the most changes over time.
Has it?
For the council, yeah, they've gone through like.
Oh yes. I'm just waiting for my turn.
Fuck no.
What do you mean, fuck no?
Bottom of the fucking list.
Sorry, bottom of the list, that implies he's on it.
How are you talking about like the entire house? 3 minutes left. Yeah, I paused my.
Yeah, sorry, no, you're not.
I was thinking it got suspiciously quiet all of a sudden, which either meant someone was having fourth dimensional issues or there was a medical emergency.
Yeah, he does his job. It's just I don't think he'd be good at those kind of decisions, man.
In the training yard, the most terrifying thing is when things get uncomfortably quiet all of a sudden.
I think it's because your brother popped into the void.
Yeah, he fucking died.
It takes all.
Working on anything new?
He'll be back like a shitty sequel.
More of just wanting to more of just practice and training. I do have a new technique for the bow, but I'm still refining it. So
Hard to find a way that I can do that easier because it's not something I'm very comfortable asking people to spar because I don't really want them to have to worry about breaking parts of me.
no, I know. But you could always have it where
See my point exactly. It's not exactly an obvious. It's not an obvious answer.
There's always the option to call a spar early. Like, everyone has that option, it's just never goddamn used.
Well,
actually, I did use that once. I did, in fact, use that once when I first sparred Nova the first time.
I'm proud.
Yeah, she actually nailed like.
I have been.
approaching it rapidly.
Oh, let me get out of here before I'm trapped. I don't want to be stuck in there with you two. You both are very blasty.
Yeah.
Prepare for being lifted into the air once more.
You can say that as if that's a danger to me.
Ascension.
Ascension.
I mean, if you want me to
I don't think you want me ascending.
Yeah, no, not really.
I mean, wouldn't that?
Yeah, that would not be really a good thing.
No, go on.
I'll get over it with my fist in their face. Nice and easy. Now, I know the strike's coming to my side.
This Aerith is pissing me off. I'm the original Starwalker. No, they're having an intimate moment. I don't want to ruin that for them. I'll ruin something else later. Do I go up there or not? Usually if they could, I mean, they are visible. It's not like they're hiding. They are still grounded. This is different than usual.
Topic and a half at most covered. We still have more.
That entire fucking meeting last week was for basically 2 fucking things.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Lots of talking involved.
Yeah, but those were like the major things, so we got those out of the way first.
That's good.
So when y'all pick it back up, you should speedrun the rest.
Here's fucking hoping, but because we'll likely be going over like more of the less pressing but still noteworthy concerns of our houses, which, judging by reactions, everyone has their own list.
Oh dear.
Each house has a list.
I'd be more surprised if they didn't, personally.
Yeah, personally, I would be more surprised if they did.
29, 28.
As for myself, like,
27,
I wrote
26,
a
25,
brief
24,
document for
23,
Virtues and Nightshade, which has
21,
6
20,
incident reports on it.
19, 18,
Oh, goody.
16, 15, 14, 13,
Yeah.
12, 11, 10, 9,
One of them was noting my own.
7,
One of them was noting my own behavior because I'm aware some people are going to dislike the things I did. So I at least put it in the document for the sake of clarity. I mean, all of the things I did were greenlit by the cavalry. So
That you probably won't be able to use in deployment.
More or less.
Not the ideal situation to be doing this for.
Appeared here.
I know. I wasn't relying on it though. I use it against base in this fight.
I tried to.
And per your instruction, I never used that spell once while we were down in Yonch.
Of eavesdropping at least too much.
Yo.
I don't fucking care. I'm fucking. You're like the fourth person who's ever done it. Whatever.
Well, then it would be boring and old, and then why even do it in the first place?
He has a point.
Training has definitely helped.
One of the motherfuckers that has done it before.
I was talking about how the fact that each house, or like for the student council, that we all have
That's all. Earth, that's all.
Hello.
Sorted, figured out. I know there's more updates. Yeah, probably more updates to the document. Oh well, and a fire that can take you far. Don't ever feel like you need to hesitate. That's not what we're doing.
Are you still looking for Nyx?
No, I found her. She's in the
Okay.
cavalry.
Well, they're coming over here right now. I was just...
What else would I want to do while I'm here specifically? There are a couple things on the star side I wish to do, but that's more plans with other people. Of my own personal note,
Oh wait, Virtues is right over there.
Hold on. I'll be right there.
Can I do that by myself? Bit of a hard one. Similarly by
I'm not
planning
sure if they're
for
about to have another spar set up,
my
so if you want to get his attention, do it relatively quick.
Okay, let's go.
I plan on at least becoming the pupil of more stars. It's proved valuable, and it's giving me a bit of a boost I wouldn't otherwise get.
How many are you on at this
I
point?
need your help in like 3 minutes.
Do we count ones that are in progress, quote unquote, or at least done with their phase 1?
You know, the usual.
Yes.
7.
Good
Aren't
lord.
all the trials coming with the risk of like death and things like that?
Vary, but if you know when to time things, when a certain Crimson Sovereign's asleep, they can't fuck with them, making them significantly easier than they would be otherwise.
And not to mention, too, I mean, you kind of risk death by just going outside in the morning, so.
Death is omnipresent.
Isn't there like some mitigating factors, like how well the star likes you or something?
That is also true, but typically it's a hard rule of every trial you take, fate gets more of a sway and influence on the trial. And after a certain point, they basically have enough sway and influence where if you try it, they just kill you for it, basically. However, taking them while they're asleep, or otherwise bound to a truce, for example, I can't do anything about it.
So how do you know when that is?
Usually it's pretty
When
obvious.
they got knocked out and during the truce, all of which were very public events. It's a little hard. Okay, so context. Amani, wonderful Amani, who I hate dearly, he decided to test his world charm, on Fate.
And it worked.
2 weeks of life from Fate, and he gave it to me. For the 2 weeks, I had Fate as my little buddy being trailed along with me.
Has it had any side effects that you're aware
I have a
of?
scar on my wrist now.
Are they a little bit more whimsical now, perhaps?
I don't think that's remotely possible.
I don't think I rubbed off on them. I think it would be they rubbed off on me. But as far as I can tell, I just have a scar on my wrist now from where they were chained to me.
Huh. Well, that's... Hopefully, to be perfectly honest, I really hope he doesn't try to do that ever again.
Me neither. Me neither. Quite frankly, me neither. It was also, I admit, quite nerve-wracking being told, oh yeah, Fate's just attached to you. Sure, why not?
Was this at the same time you were, because you're pupil of Destiny as well, yeah?
This was actually before that. I took a trial after. While Fate was
Alright.
safe.
Did you get kudos points?
For what?
Having Fate bound to you for a time?
I didn't get kudos for that. I got kudos for slaughtering one of Fate's pupils, but not for them being bound to me. That wasn't my choice.
I find that oddly hypocritical. Having a Fate pupil, I suppose. That's what I mean.
In what sense is it hypocritical?
Well, so from what I understand is that pupils in general are, Fate doesn't like them, yes?
Yes, same as Consequences is very hypocritical, as he often he hides his pupil from the consequences of their actions.
Ah. Alright, well, hypocrisy is teeming in most ways of life, so I suppose that makes sense.
They don't like them unless they work for them, which says they do like them.
They don't like them until it benefits them, which can be said of many facets of life.
That is very true.
Oh, she has migrated. I must find them and stand around them.
No. Which is something I intend to do. Start my empire of sand there.
Oh my god.
He would kill you.
Huh?
And we don't choose the stars. Oh my god.
What did I walk up on?
An empire of sand.
Empire of Sand, okay.
Yep.
I heard correctly then. Got it. Why do you want an Empire of Sand?
Why not?
If you can get your mana control to actually be able to
Sounds
control that
uncomfortable.
much sand, I will genuinely be impressed.
Well, currently it's impossible, but that's something to work towards.
Impossible now, yeah, but future? Maybe not.
Actually, I know what I would put there.
Sand?
Anyways, I gotta go. Yes.
Incredible.
Understood.
Truly a lofty goal. Empire of Sand, put all the sand there.
He's gonna steal all the sand from the world's beaches and deserts.
And then he's going to bring someone there and tell them to count how much sand there is. As their first mission.
He's gonna kidnap a Israeli construct to do that.
Don't give him ideas.
He couldn't. That's the thing. I know he can't.
He wants to know what the largest number is.
Yo.
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Trust me, I will find a way.
You do know I have clairvoyance runes in Israel, right?
Actually, wait, no, I can get Stone.
You're going to kidnap Stone.
Stone.
I
Count
will
the
convince
sand. We know I love.
I don't think Rock would like counting sand.
Yeah, we
Well-
know I love Stone, but I don't think he can count very high.
Here's the thing. I think the problem is that if you ask it the right way, I feel like he would actually do it.
He will. No, he actually would. That's the thing. You don't need to kidnap him. You just need to ask nicely.
Well, yes.
Viol, we're gonna have a big
What?
cat fight later.
Oh.
What?
What the fuck? The
There's
fuck?
gonna be a big cat fight later.
What is that?
Congratulations on becoming a beastkin.
No, you dumbass.
How'd you get all those cats?
Cat's over there.
Congratulations on your
Okay.
cat card. You get to join the cat fight.
Okay.
Like Nya.
Let me see if I could.
I feel like I would fit that more than him, and I'm
Yeah, you
but
would.
I'm not feline. I'm vulpine.
I'm not a fucking cat.
Whoop. Oh, I meant to click. I'm sorry. No, that did not happen. That
I
did
know.
not happen.
I know.
I was wrong menu. I'm sorry.
I blinked and something happened.
Quite
No,
honestly,
nothing
would have
happened.
been, quite honestly, I had a vision that you stabbed me, and honestly, probably deserved.
Oh,
I'm
shush.
excited to see her.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh
Strangle
dear.
you. I'm gonna strangle you and send you back to Lillian.
Anyways, I highly
I don't
know
I don't know how she'd feel about that.
it's gonna fail. I'm getting it.
Probably would have at least some opinions on it.
You want to or no?
I know you. I was told there's someone having over there. I'm like, my body was all part of you.
I haven't really tried the whole discerning things too much just yet.
No, that's fair. But I haven't been able to use it
Everything good?
much because we have been preparing for war for a long time.
If you say you're allergic, it's gonna be more acceptable.
I don't say things. I hate them.
So how you would just have to be able to feel everybody's emotions.
Yeah, I already asked that.
It's a buzzy feeling. That's just probably the best way of putting it.
I suppose if I'm going to try to talk to him about that subject matter, I should just go up there and do it already.
They only have that knowledge, that help, that want that you need from them, from the polite society and organization you stole them from. You're still benefiting from it.
I don't want to know what the context of that conversation is, that's part of it. But I'll go ahead and just get over the social awkwardness and just go up there already. It's quite clear that the one I'm looking for is up there, on the aura farming cliff. At least I think so. I wandered off. Hello. I hope I'm not walking in on anything private.
From me for long. I noticed the distortion as much as he tried to hide his wings.
Understand. Hello. I noticed you'd all been up here for a while.
I guess chatting about the state of things. Talking about, I guess, those that hide what they are. The 3 cases of hidden angels.
Any that are presently here, or just instances of the past?
There are instances of the past, but one still remains. However, that's also still the weirdest case. Because technically he didn't know he was lying.
Huh.
That being Amani.
Amani?
Who was originally here as a human.
I was about to say, that was not who I was expecting it would be.
There's the unknown one.
Ah, yes, they're the new professor assistant for Centurion. That one over there. The shorter one in the hat is for Valkyrie, who, if I remember hearing correctly from someone, said they were a resident of the Desert of Serenity.
See. He is, then I should go speak with him. But you say specifically the desert.
That's at least what I heard, unless they misunderstood it, but I have not yet confirmed for myself from them, as I did not wish to talk their ear off while they were still getting their conversation, or the tour finished.
You said one of them is the assistant for the Centurions?
Yes,
The actual professor.
I still believe that is Professor Nightshade.
I thought they were only temporary, and I thought they said they were the assistant.
It might be a case of
Our sister is temporary, yes, but they are the full, not the assistant. This may be assistant now until my sister leaves. Especially because the main reason for why my sister even came here is over.
bringing them up to speed at the very least before immediately throwing them in on the deep end.
Especially because Centurion hasn't finished pulling itself back together.
Right.
That was simply put on pause for the war.
At the very least, they were able to put it on pause for the war, and they didn't let that get people killed.
Sadly,
And right now, no one wants to take it off its hiatus of dealing with the problem.
How far down the road do you think that can will be kicked?
It won't be allowed for long, I could imagine.
Depends. Some of them will try to keep it under wraps, or at least not try to broach the topic all the way to the next campaign. Others are going to want to broach it basically as soon as everyone's mentally recovered. Which, if they're not doing it today, or this week, considering that usually the Academy throws us onto breaks after campaigns, I imagine it'll be waiting for all of us then when we're back.
And by that point, there are probably some people who will forget exactly what it was that they were bothered about and then won't be able to talk about it properly.
Yes.
That's why I wanted to have my student council meeting when we did. I wanted everything on the table of concerns and such, that way when we got to a later point where we could rest, we didn't forget what we were aggravated about or concerned about.
It'll be unfortunate, but my sister would probably depart. At least once once they send us on that break.
Honestly, a shame. They are very helpful.
They are. They're very knowledgeable, experienced, powerful. Still far stronger than I am.
We didn't talk about a lot, so it's very wise for us to write that down at some point.
If no one does it today, I can probably do it when I have the spare time.
Sure. But okay, I'm gonna stretch my legs a bit. I've been sitting up here too long.
You especially, because I had noticed you up on this cliff for the better part of the entire day so far.
I imagine you should go introduce yourself to the Valkyrie one.
Yeah, I guess I can, though I'm still concerned because I don't think we really needed one, but we have one, so I might as well be courteous. And
Your blindfold's off, by the way.
I know. I set it down next to me in my book so that way I didn't feel like I had to be feeling my mana being drained. But, and for you, Aerith, I've been up here just trying to take it easy, seeing as my fiance got very upset at me for not doing so enough. And on top of that, the topics on there were a bit much, especially with how much nonsense was being said. So I wanted to get some space and just
Understandable.
relax for a moment.
This conversation originally began with this academy's capacity for stupidity.
Quite a bit of it. Just from proximity to some things.
Okay, and you said the one with the hat is the assistant?
Yes, I believe they also have a...
Black and purple clothing.
prosthetic arm. I believe the other one had some tinges of green on some of the fingers. I don't know what that was about, but it's a defining characteristic. Should be easy to spot.
Thank you. And I know I'm leaving it here for the moment, but if any of you wish to chat again, I'm always willing, even if it's not as much nonsense as they talk about down there, but more friendly chats, if you will, and not as much work.
Noted.
I actually did want to get your input, at least from experience, on something. When it comes to speaking elemental languages, how does that actually feel when you were starting out?
Learning Solaran was difficult. I had a teacher that was at least patient with me, but it was a slow process of learning how to even use the mana in the throat, then what sounds to make. Part of the difficulty comes in the fact of using your mana in combination with your vocal cords in order to make sounds that aren't even remotely close to any of the ones that you're used to. Sounds of wind chimes and church bells. It's primarily what Solaran sounds like. It's a bit different to speak it.
Interesting. It was a bit of the way that the one that I've been indicated sounded too. Slightly different tones, I imagine, but chimes was the best way I could describe it when I was trying to ask to identify it.
I assume this is a reference to speaking with your charm.
Yes. I've been informed by when I inquired to Zuashi that based off my descriptions of the sounds it has made, it is a combination, though one more dominant than the other, of both crystalline and gem form.
Not languages I know.
They are both languages of clay, and both ones that she used to speak before Common became her primary. So more than likely, she will be my tutor, considering the offer for mentorship in my primary craft was re-extended in the process.
Interesting.
But if that's the case, I suppose that will be a good place to start, at least for asking questions of how to best begin.
I would recommend you start with one instead of trying to learn both at once.
I am starting with crystalline, it is the primary that they said, and I figured it would be better to go with the one that it is more accustomed to.
I know of two for light, that being Solaran and Divine. I can speak Solaran, but I've not yet learned Divine. I'm not actually sure what even the difference between them two is.
I wouldn't be able to say. I don't exactly know the difference between the two that I were identified, other than, to some extent, they could arguably be confused for one another because they sound very similar. But that might just be my untrained ear. But to that same extent, because I know that at least Winter had spoken about it when he had started speaking in Abyssal in the Heraldry room in the past. Does speaking these languages inherently cause problems for those who are elementally weak to the... Good to know, sir. I should not practice it inside my dorm room.
We were discussing this earlier. Aura speaks Banshee Call.
Wind, I presume?
She can also very much chime in.
Yes. If someone is not adept to it, they will most likely go insane hearing it.
I don't actually know the full effects of what speaking Solaran normally does not really affect those around me. I can do it without issue. Speaking Abyssal normally does not actually fully harm those around them. It just sounds unpleasant. It becomes an issue when it gets to the point of volume and force. If I were to scream in Solaran, or Winter were to scream in Abyssal, that's the point where we'd start rupturing eardrums and shattering things.
Noted. I imagine I'll have to keep
very, very unpleasant
similar possible concerns in mind when it gets to the point that I can actually make the proper sounds.
Yes.
To an extent, it sounded more like it was singing than anything.
When it comes to these language, volume control is a very large aspect of it.
Actually, if you ever start speaking that language in full, please keep it especially under control when I'm around.
Yes, I presumed as such, as I am aware of the imbalance in that regard. I would probably try to be aware of the surroundings, especially, but I'm going to have to find a place to practice that is not my own quarters, considering two of my roommates would be adversely affected by it then.
Well, considering you did mention that you can learn from she was she, I would imagine that you would have to stay every now and then during the week over at their place.
More than likely.
Those practices are.
Considering I would also be shadowing her.
Castles and palaces of Yanshi, you'd have plenty of room.
Considering the spaces of hers that I have seen, there would be assuredly room there. I have gone to visit there twice at this point, and there's still quite a bit of it that I haven't seen.
I also think you could probably ask your Thaumic to help correct you.
Probably.
With practice go faster.
I could always ask him. I honestly wouldn't surprise me if they somehow had the knowledge base to acknowledge errors in ancient speech, considering they had.
Stop growing surprised when familiars know things they shouldn't.
It's an asset to me at this point, but there's a certain limit to how much I can wave off before I start asking questions.
You also have to keep in mind, you're probably soon gonna have one that can help you to some extent if they just understand you in the first place.
That is true. That is true, though it is. I have not tried to exactly speak with it heavily, only because it is not complete yet. I still need to get that piece from Lou.
We are reaching the end of that time. I gave him a bit of time, or at least last when I spoke with him, I would give him a bit of time after Yanchi to make his peace with it.
That was mostly why I was not pressing them about it or even bringing it up anywhere in their vicinity. But it had been in mind, especially when all of the activity began in Yanshi. Which, speaking of that, I did find where the entryway appeared, or at least the region of it.
You found the door.
I found the path to it. It is behind a heavily collapsed area. We would need to get some of those in Yanshi to unbar the way. Rough estimate being several months worth of excavation to get to it, but there was no mistaking it from the sheer amount of color that erupted around me when I got near that area.
My man is especially good at carving and etching. Especially for things like that. The only issue is that if it's collapsed, it won't keep it from collapsing. It'll just get rid of what's currently in there.
Correct.
And I have no way to know how far I'm exactly hitting. I wouldn't want to strike the door.
I at least have the location mapped up from the pathways that we had accessible to us. So should it ever become a matter to revisit, it can easily be found again.
We'll most likely want to visit there. Though that will not be the only doorway we find. There are more.
I remember hearing as such that something of that nature, that there were multiple doors, but they're all probably equally hidden or, for all we know, completely inaccessible or sealed until we bring it forth.
From how King Soul described it to me, it did not seem to me like it was the door. They said it was a door. I think there are more. I don't know if that's the actual location of the World Charm Hall. It may be.
If there are multiple doorways, I would imagine that potentially all of them act as portals to an otherwise isolated location.
That was also one of
how
my
the
thoughts.
gateways on the campus works.
Yes, except my question becomes, I don't know some of the specifics of portal making, does that not require a constant source of mana? I know of unicorn teleportation, but that
Well, if we are
requires an
talking
actual
of something
caster.
on the scale of world alteration and the people around it, my first guess would be that potentially that could feed off of the mana veins themselves as their power source to maintain.
It almost makes them sound like parasites.
It does, but it is not out of the question if it is. Unless it is some kind of unique form that, like many other arts, has been lost to the ages. I'm sure there are many things that they did that are long forgotten.
Too many. I think the information that has been stuffed out of this world far outweighs the information that we can possibly gather. And of that, we only know a fraction. There are plenty of things that are unknowable to even the stars, or simply snuffed out for us specifically to find. Red has been working tirelessly for centuries, maybe even millennium, to get rid of as much as possible. Because the more we find, the more we rebel.
I'm curious. If y'all find that location, what will y'all do with it?
Enter. If there's any scraps left behind by the last holders that were able to actually go in there, even small notes, the information that we could possibly gain from entering outweighs any risk.
Besides the obvious of gaining the ire of Crimson, what else would there be that would potentially be a danger to entering there?
Having no idea of what's in there means both equal reward and equal risk. It could be that it's a death trap waiting for us. It could be that it has the answers to our questions. We don't know.
Another thing that's also a bit concerning. Just with the informal one that was done not too long ago. Imagine what happens if something of that nature were to happen in there. What will the consequences be?
We don't really know. We're still just scrambling around in the dark.
A lot to do with this particular aspect of the world is something we've all been flying blind with, as far as I can tell.
It is. Barely half of us even have completed charms. Those of us with completed charms, of that, some of us have titles. But these titles don't really have full explained definitions either. I am Atlas. But what does that mean?
And I highly doubt they were
Winter is
so
harbinger.
obvious that they would make it a straightforward interpretation of the word. That would be far too convenient if it
not.
were.
It's simply more concepts. It basically boils down to Atlas is the one that decides. Decides what? I don't know. Decides how? I don't know.
Perhaps it is a silly question, but is there any hint to that in the nature of what King Soul's been discovered to be able to do, as I imagine that is directly tied to that station?
In which part?
Well, if they are to be held by the one who bears the title of Atlas, how do they help them fulfill that position?
I know, at least, each of our charms has had different usages, different things that they could do for each of the holders. The previous holder of King Soul used them in a different way than I did, or that I can. I'm not actually sure if I am unable to use King Soul in the way they did.
That's oddly familiar to the same way that it was explained to me the functionality of the artifact that I have. That the way that previous holders could use it may not necessarily be how I can. It was also said that it doesn't mean that I couldn't learn how to, but it wouldn't come to me as naturally.
As it stands, King Soul allows me to basically do two things. I can know the emotions of anyone whose name or title I know. The emotions that they are currently feeling. And the other one being that I can visit anyone that I know the name or title of. With very few exceptions. Which it's not even really exceptions. I still can visit them, it's just not in anyone's interest.
I was about to say,
visit
is
stars in their domain. However, I am also now in their domain and completely mercy.
And without so much as a knock beforehand, so I imagine they would not be too pleased unless they are already
Yes.
aware.
The only one I've ever tested it on was Midna, of which I concluded yes, I was able to break into the abyss. There are not many stars that I am willing to try this on, because it would be a death sentence if that star so chooses. I know it works on rulers. I tested it on Mentos and Queen Maria and Zula once.
How did that one work? Isn't there technically multiple aspects of Zula that exist simultaneously?
That one was odd. I didn't really get an answer. King Saul proceeded to sing with a woman's voice. Words I couldn't make out, but it was singing. And when I opened my eyes, Zula was swinging her sword at my throat. Right before I could connect, she faded. I interpreted that as a warning and have not attempted again.
Probably wise.
Usually, at least how it's gone for Queen Maria and Mentos, I'm able to... They are well aware of me. I have noticed that King Soul is not exactly subtle. I'm able to speak with them, but there's somewhat of a time limit. I've never been able to speak for more than 4 minutes.
I take it when you say visit, are you physically moved to their location, or is it more of a their location is somewhat overlaid to you?
I actually don't know some of those details. I am there with them. I am also here. I am both. As far as I can tell, I exist in their mind, not where they are physically. There's never been someone around who's been able to react to me. So I don't know.
I see.
And I've only ever tested it on one person on this campus.
Hello, Morris.
Hello.
To that same vein.
Not
No,
really.
not particularly, no.
Talking about world charms.
On that same vein, has it ever really been clear as to what has triggered the specific responses from when they have been merged? So I know that's happened a few times on campus, at least while I've been here.
By merge, do you mean when we place charms together?
Right, that when they've been connected.
That is more of a guessing game. There are some that we don't really know what they do, and it's almost like interacting with stars, in a way. If you were to mix interacting with stars with casting, it is simultaneously about concepts and about what you intend to do. If you were to have your fully completed charm, and I were to tap it with King Soul, we would see something happen if we went in there with no idea of what exactly we wanted. But if we were to know what concept your charm is about, we could focus on something specific. Easy example for this. If you were able to contact your charm with another that focuses on seeing the past, first time, you may only see the past as it is, in very, very broad detail. But if you attempt it again, and try to focus on a very specific thing, you can get more detail about that.
So the
Ultimately, it comes down to
interactions.
knowledge. Hmm.
It's not necessarily the amount of times. It's actually if you have something in mind from the beginning to narrow it down. If you just do it, touch them together without anything in mind, then is when you get the broad spectrum. But if
That's
you have
what I
something
said.
focused,
So the interactions aren't necessarily the same for the same pairing.
Oh, no. And we have yet to find out what happens if you were to attempt 3 or 4.
Isn't that
All
what
we've
triggered
done
the
is
meeting
putting all
that
of ours
one
together.
time?
what triggered that
Yes.
was that Winter could not keep quiet and decided to literally call forth a meeting. In the literal sense.
I'm apprehensive about putting all of our charms together again. Since
I refuse to.
we have seen what happens even putting together 2 charms. We haven't even seen what happens when we put together 3. I think the power that we would wield if we put together, if we had all of them, if you were to put all 12 together, I don't actually know where the limits are anymore. There is a lot that we could ruin by accident.
That's
with the
a
sheer amount of power and
frightening.
authority.
Hmm.
For reference, back before we knew about how any of this worked, when I had my charm completed first, when Winter completed his, we noticed that they were drawn to each other. We let that play out to its logical conclusion, and we allowed them to contact each other. Behind us appeared the rulers, and we were given the option of whether to show mercy or to kill them. We chose mercy. We didn't know what we actually did until far, far later. From what I understand, from speaking about the future, is that there were 3 paths. One where the dark eats the light, one where the light eats the dark, and where both exist in peace. That decision was us deciding to choose peace.
Completely unaware of it at the time. Oh, goodness.
That is not the first time we've put our charms together either. It was a different choice the second time. We still don't even know what the result of that was.
What was posed the second time?
It was the same question of whether or not mercy or to kill, but instead about the first of our line. The originals.
I presume the same answer was given.
Yes. We decided on mercy. Despite everything. I am in no way interested in attempting it a third time. I don't want to know what scale we'll be deciding on.
Completely fair assessment, given the, at least, understanding of the first instance.
I believe in making the world better, yes. I don't believe in blind change. That is Harbinger's job. Change should not exist for change's sake. All changes need a reason.
One thing that's safe to say is basically yours and Harbinger should preferably not be put together again. Considering that reactions that y'all get.
That was my thought, yes. But one thing is that I am under the belief that all world charms do come in pairs. There is a pairing to them. I don't think we've found enough to really prove whether or not I'm right or wrong.
Well, we should have Bjorn's completed, and hopefully in due time my own. That would probably give more points of data to indicate if any of those similar reactions occur. Whether or not to let them play out is a different question.
I don't think you get a choice.
I suppose it's more
If
of
a
a...
reaction started, then you probably have to see it through the end. Just a guess.
We've had moments of saying lines, at least that previous holders of us have said. There have been times that we have placed charms together and nothing devastating occurred. We gained some knowledge, at least to no real consequence. There are other times that things happen and I still don't really have an explanation for them. This is a field that we still know very little. I would almost consider that we almost know nothing about. We have blind data points and guesses.
I was going to object to that because I have absolutely no idea about either of my charms. I have no education on either.
Very little do. This is... In the beginning, it was just messing with my charm because we had never seen anything like it. And then we discovered that more people had charms. And then we discovered that there are differences between the charms. And as we've discovered more and more and more with each charm that's been found or made, or asked about,
the more obvious it becomes on why they were likely broken in the first place.
yes. Which is probably because the world charm holders were most likely ruining fate's plan.
I don't know if it was talked about much, but it certainly looked like the entire reason the cult was even in that mine was for charm pieces.
I can't say for certain, though there was a concerning amount of them within the storage of their supplies, though whether or not they actually knew what it was they had is a different matter.
That's the thing. I don't know if they knew what they had under their noses. We don't know how much the cult is actually aware of this at all. We can presume that the father knows something, but whether or not that information is passed along to the rest of the cults, we don't know. It's quite possible that those charm pieces have been outside, or more correctly, inside that cave, but outside of the grand hall door for a very long time. Especially because we know the cult becoming active is a recent thing. We don't actually know how old the dragon is. We don't know how long ago that cave had been taken over. Those may have been there for decades, and that cavern was only taken over in the last 5 years. Or they had been importing these charms. There was something else that was found in there, which was clothing and skeletons and armor from Serenity in large shipping containers. I don't think those were just there because. I also don't think those were warriors that they encountered naturally. I think those were people that were sent over, well, more specifically, those were corpses that were sent over by the Serenity General.
I wouldn't be so certain that they were necessarily corpses when they got there. I'd gotten a rather concerning question last week from people that I got the context of, that there was apparently some degree of tests on whether they could harvest the souls from the living and put them into the cores of constructs right then and there to make use of them. I myself found a couple of those notes.
I've said it before, but the cult continues to really surprise me with its deplorability. The depraved lengths that they're willing to go to.
Considering there are even some designs for cores specially designed for people on this campus that I witnessed. At the very least, I know there was one that was prototyped to specifically be as compatible as possible with Impa. Had they gotten a hold of her, they would have tried to do the same to her.
Oh.
And to a certain extent,
he's dead.
I do not know exactly how far that practice goes, but there is someone I have been indicated that I should speak to if I want to know more about the concept of soul cores. As much as I don't want to exactly know if there is a genuine, legitimate use for it, because I struggle to figure out what that could be.
Who were you directed to speak to?
Someone by the name of Sanctum. That is an expert on the subject. No, well, the same name, yes, but not a familiar. They are a person. But they were someone who, I guess, while Beale's sister was under an alias of sorts, had previous encounters with. I was told that if I gave them the name Celine, that they would know who I was talking about.
Beale's sister.
Yes. And for all the things they have done, I cannot deny that they are extremely skilled in the field, so if they are vouching for someone's expertise on a subject, I have to consider that likely accurate information. And it would probably be relevant information for myself. Because for all I know, given the bits of information I have or can presume, mine might be one of those kinds. Otherwise, I would not exactly know why the star that is apparently responsible for the whole cycle of specific souls being one that watches me.
The what?
One of the forgotten stars is apparently uniquely responsible for specific sets of souls being reincarnated over and over with, as I was told, muscle memory of a specific task.
Us.
More than likely, yes. The one who knows the most specifics about that is Kokiri, because that star is the daughter of Hades and Persephone. I spoke to them
about it.
briefly, but did not really get much from them. As when I asked why it was that they watched me, from what little I knew, because it, at least at the time, did not make sense that, to the same extent that any of you would have a soul, that I would have one too. Under the same definition, at least, and they refrained from answering because they said it was directly tied to why they were put away. But I at least do know a name they go by. I do not know what their domain is by any extent, but it would at least be a starting point.
What's their name?
I believe it is not their full name, but a nickname, but that they respond to, considering it worked for me when I summoned that way, but the name Melly. Kokiri might know their full name. I did not ask at the time, but They were able to identify them when I described their appearance, so I believe they have had prior correspondence.
Another star I should talk to. Something. Yeah, talk to somebody. The more information I get, the more confused I become.
That doesn't end.
I figured not.
Well, when
I've
I
been at the
talked to
forefront of
another,
this for nearly 2 years.
and when I talked to another, they dropped another nickname that was one that I had never heard of before, so it seems that a lot of whatever has to do with me has, at this point, seems like it seems tied to half that entire prison. Which, of course, makes understanding any of it all the more complicated.
That's some of the information that Red has been trying to snuff out the most.
Speaking of which, that actually occurred to me, but I had noticed that there had been some more documents brought into the Star Room. And there was one that showed up that, quite frankly, I have no idea how it got there, because I'm pretty sure that name belonged to one that should not be there. There is definitely documentation, visible documentation, at least in some parts, of one of the Forgotten Court members.
What?
About
Show me
speech.
later.
I will. I was flipping through it to look for something else in case it had been documented, and flipping past that page hurt my head for a second. So it is somehow documented, yet at the same time almost like it is still trying to be hidden or erased. So I do not know how long it will be there.
All information about any of that is suppressed, whether willingly or not. So, it's something we should memorize. Recording it into something else isn't something we should do. Writing.
I've read it.
Writing
I've
new
read it at
information.
least.
Or more specifically, writing information that shouldn't be known makes it visible.
I can safely say, so long as I have read it and can maintain the memory of it, verbalizing it or even making it visible in a different means through one of the runes that I had finished working on last week.
With everything around memories, that rune might become incredibly useful.
So long as it is a memory that you can actively recall, the rune I've designed makes it so that you can project the image of that memory and play it out for someone else.
We'll have to see if that's a good enough loophole.
It doesn't work.
There's
It doesn't
also the
make
fact-
sound, but it replays everything. And if you're just recalling the memory of a written page, technically it would project that.
There's also the fact our memories are very easily tampered with. Far too easily. there's not much we can really do about it.
Hence all the better that more look at it and have multiple redundancies in place. Even if one person forgets, if another remembers, it still persists.
Which is good for the eventual goal of releasing them from their vacation.
I am hoping that the immediate effect of the fact that they have been out for any time has effectively reset their respective timers as far as their well-being goes. That would at least give us more time.
Hopefully. There's still a lot we don't know about any of that.
And I can't imagine how some of them having gained pupils over the course of that break has affected them. I at least know of one, considering what Locke did.
I believe there's probably more like 3.
This is a personal question. Should I be seeing hallucinations and visions after being a pupil? Is that
Depends.
hand in hand?
What are they? I have not gotten hallucinations or visions from TAC, but
Elaborate.
you need to explain. Yes.
It was for about 2 days. There was a figure in the corner of my vision. The best way I could describe them is that they're tall. Really, it couldn't really make anything out of them.
Surely you have more descriptor than tall. That does not narrow anything down.
Well, if I looked to winter, they seemed to get more aggressive or agitated. They're like they were just barely taller than winter. And that was about all then it disappeared. Middle of the week, I stopped seeing that.
Without any more detail, I don't know.
Might I ask, this may or may not narrow it down any, did anything unusual happen during your trial that would have potentially contributed to that?
Nothing I could directly say relating to the outline of an individual being next to my winter or in my peripheral.
You didn't run into anybody that would fit the bill?
Hey,
I'm surprised you didn't see him fly in.
I didn't.
I really was like flying over you. I was trying to make myself very visible. What?
I've had the best thing I could refer to it as a hallucination. Of an individual in the corner of my vision. Except when I was looking at you.
You made it go away?
No. It stood next to you, looking a bit agitated or aggressive, and it was slightly taller than you.
Describe them?
That's all I have. It was quite literally like an outline of a person, not an actual...
Okay, so it wasn't like a...
Black outline?
No distinct color. Just maybe more like static.
Well, I know I've know one figure that looms behind me, but they're quite taller and they usually don't seem quite agitated.
Took an aggressive stance when it was near you, apparently.
Aggressive as in aggressive from being near me, or aggressive from you, like, looking at me? Those are two different things, also.
Being near you.
Hmm.
Someone who doesn't like the dark.
But it stopped appearing. I don't see it anymore.
Well, that rules out Eleanor and Vanta.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's only one of the two things.
The most obvious answer of who would dislike you is also doesn't sound like them.
Most obvious answer being...
Zula.
No, it doesn't sound like her. Or should she be taller?
Well, they were.
That said,
They were specifically-
there were more.
They'd be
It was
gigantic.
specifically a man. It's what I'm.
Okay, well, yes, that
The
also
outline of a
counts.
man. Well, while I was looking for that, what I was looking for in the documents, by any chance would it be one of the domain keepers of Helios, considering you took their trial?
Helios's domain keeper is a woman.
There was another one listed under their name.
There's a second one?
Yes.
It's been a recent addition to the archives.
Don't believe they had a name, but they were a man and... Well, I mean, it was probably around the same time that that document showed up of one of the prisoners, so...
Yes, here we go.
Does anyone even know who brought that in there in the first place? I'm surprised that we even have this.
No fucking idea. Not even the slightest.
I don't even know how it was written.
I may have run into that second domain keeper in my trial.
Well, usually information doesn't show up without some type of meeting, so...
To defend myself, I didn't know what I don't know what the fuck a domain keeper is.
Yes,
Assholes. At least one I meant.
Tenenbaum was alright. Helpful.
They were not helpful. This one.
Antbit's an asshole.
It didn't even talk to me. It just tried to...
The only one I met wasn't even awake at the time. I was fixing them.
Also an oddity that they were physically on the Isles.
That too, actually, now that I think about it, but considering what their documented purpose was, they're basically meant to rule over Yanxi in the event that Zuashi can't.
I.e., like, a couple months of the year. Speaking of, Zuashi's awake again and the war's over. I need to go bother Mentos.
The other thing, the vision. It was like a black room, and there was a mirror, a reflection. It was of me, but not really.
Possibly
Wait.
a connection to Lies, Mother?
When did this happen?
It was...
Did this happen about midweek this week?
Yes.
Something happened to all of you, too.
Hmm?
I saw Eleonora.
Vanta. Although I had already seen Vanta like that before. Same with the minor notes of Eleonora, I thought.
But in a very short term, mine looked like a person made into an explosive. They had a cowl that looked like a fuse.
Oh.
And they had red hair, scars on their face. There was sparks coming out the tip of their cowlick. well as a corset. It was male.
I cannot say anything happened on my end in that regard, but... Huh.
I spoke of it earlier, but I didn't really know how to interpret what I saw of Eleonora. It was like one half of a sentence or a conversation.
It seemed like Eleonora had actually been, like, physically around lingering.
Was similar. It was one half of the conversation.
But I more mean, seemed like she was physically present, at least in some capacity, because Silence kept looking at you a lot, Baroness. Not gazing exactly at you, but kind of gazing around you.
There was someone else, but they were vague.
What? You calling Silence Eleonora?
Conversation that seemingly they were having with Eleonora, which was
Huh.
something wonderful.
The exact wording escapes me, but the sentence that I overheard was, make them the same.
Well, if there were two halves of a conversation and I got one half, then there was something along the lines of being called wonderful.
While making them wonderful.
My reflection, whatever you want to call it, spoke and said, I don't care. Let's get to work. That's...
Who were they speaking to?
There was two voices, a male and a female, but I could only see a male figure with black hair and formal attire. And a noticeably large one. But I couldn't hear them, it was like it was muffled.
This makes me wonder if this is something that becomes more clear, assuming that it was some kind of reaction to something related to a world charm. The more of them that get assembled.
I don't think anyone put their world charm together. So I don't
Unless
think
Buell finally did it.
I don't think he has. Did.
There's also that.
For a fact.
There's also that we have a base suspicion that the originals have a connection to the world charms, but we don't have any specifics of how.
I can at least say definitively now I saw Vanta and Eleonora in the World Charm Hall.
I haven't even put the pieces that I found.
When
my charms.
I saw Eleanor around you, Irenaeus. When it's coming up with something.
Hello, Oak.
Hello, I'm gonna stay in the shade a little bit.
You've spoken to the new professor assistants, haven't you?
Yes. Mostly the Valkyrie one.
I spoke to both of them as well. Yeah.
How are they?
Well, Dakil's funny. Definitely funny. He's from Serenity's Deserts.
Okay, so I was
basically
right.
Dust magic. Yeah, knows dust magic. He was a part of a mercenary group apparently previously, and before he came here.
Serenity's
let's see what.
Deserts.
Yeah,
So one of the
he was
nomads?
apparently just. Oh, apparently he was a mercenary out there, just working whatever he could in the deserts. So most of all of his trade, yeah, he's also mentioned military. He's ex-military. He can make apparently dust constructs, and he can use dust for healing, and anything involving dust are basically sand, dirt, something like that. He's wind and clay fusion. He's a couple of skills in the nature. The Centurion Professor, she's most definitely like yokai, just looking at her pretty easily. But if you get near her, the temperature in the room goes down quite quickly.
I don't have high expectations for her.
She is a ice user primarily, from what she explained. And yeah, she's just from the most frosty place of all.
When
yeah.
I and Hilton had initially spoke, Hilton asked her if she planned on improving Centurion. She said she did, and when asked how, she mentioned either the wording was powerful spells or deadly spells, and then she didn't elaborate and walked off. I don't know how exactly she plans on improving the house by saying she has powerful spells, but I do not have high expectations.
First, she needs to mend the strained bond within that house before she can worry about improving them, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, no,
especially if Centurion is still pushing off. I assume it still hasn't come to a head. Well, yes. I assume it still hasn't come to a head. Any of the issues from before Yanchi. We're still recovering from after Yanchi, so I doubt those conversations have restarted.
Basically, it's from my understanding of the conversations that have happened from it.
Eclipse, can you stop lingering? Either show yourself or make yourself scarce.
Touch, yeah. She didn't like that.
I knew I felt some type of dark matter presence lingering that wasn't aura.
Well,
Do they have a habit of doing that?
Explain this.
They do.
Yes. They like to hide in people's shadows too.
Okay.
Even people with and just like chiming in and listening to other people's conversations for long periods of time.
I cannot turn it off. I constantly have a dark mana vision active, so it makes it easier spotting that.
How do you, where does that come from? Don't mind me asking. Okay. If you don't know, then that's fine.
Probably some connection to my heritage, but...
Well, I guess back to the topic and question at hand. The best way I can explain it is the moment we were deployed, everyone had this kind of the same consensus of we're putting a lid on it, and we're going to deal with it later.
What I would expect.
But at the same time, there was also contentions happening between certain Centaurians between each other, and I noticed there was like a small divide, not too big, but a small divide. Just making it clear that they would prefer not to be around certain people whenever they were resting. Working together though is fine. That hasn't been too much of an issue. I will say even I'm at fault for this, but being pushed to overextend, that was a big issue. I could definitely say during all of it in deployment.
The big thing is making sure that that divide does not exist as we move into our next campaign.
Yeah.
The problem is reigniting that conversation. We're now in the after of Yanchi, which means a clock has started. It'll either be ignored all the way up until the next campaign, which is unacceptable, or it'll be dealt with, and someone will need to bring it back up. Also, as a part of this, it's only a matter of time, potentially, until my sister leaves.
Yep.
Explicitly, she was only here...
For Pierre.
Because Pierre, yes.
I think that was the biggest issue, primarily, for a bit. That's what ignited their old, I guess, old wounds in this way. And some of them don't even want to even look towards a new professor, which is, that's a bit problematic.
They'll have to get over it.
I think I might have a way to start that conversation and get that going again, because I'm still relatively new, so I might be able to ignite that and be a person being like, hey, I'm a fresh perspective here. This is what I witnessed. This is what I'm, you know.
Quite frankly, assume that no one else is going to be willing to do it and just do it yourself, and you'll find out quickly who also was of the same mind and was just waiting for someone else to say it first.
Yeah.
If Centurion remains divided, the issues will only grow, and it will lead to someone dying.
Hello?
I fully understand that.
Holy shit, that's a huge raid!
The best person obviously to say something about it.
My god!
And it'll only get worse.
Hi, welcome. We're in roleplay right now. Good lord, that's a lot of you.
Especially since it'll be putting that new professor basically into all of it.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Like I said, I
Spicy
still have
comment.
high expectations for them regardless based on that
Thank
first
you.
introduction.
You guys are... Wow. I do not envy her in that regard, to be perfectly honest. Anyone inheriting that
They're even aware
situation.
that the house is divided.
They're gonna...
Probably not.
They're going to find out.
I'll probably talk to her and let her know, most likely. Make sure that she's introduced, I guess, by someone that doesn't have bias.
It would be a good courtesy to warn them of the, tensions before they find out the hard way.
Well, I would prefer having, you know, I would prefer having Menace be the one to do the talking for that, but...
I greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much. Evantress and Virtually. Well, thank you both of you.
Yeah. I'll wait till then. I'll write it down and make sure I don't forget about it. I'm just gonna come up with some
No,
bullet
I just
points,
hope we
I
don't have any
guess.
new students showing up after the renovations, so we get right back into the swing of things.
Oh man, that would be... oof.
Quite frankly, I might shed a tear if we do.
You'll shed a tear, I'll cry. I'll be happy to do people. I'll be sad that suddenly I now have to repeat everything I just learned within the past couple of months.
It's an inevitability.
You get used to it.
Well, actually,
Yeah, you're telling me.
2 months here and then immediately deployed.
Hey, Amar,
Well, not
how do you
even that,
feel
actually.
about repeat information?
Well, Oak.
I'm so eager
Yeah.
excited, yeah.
Originally, it was about 2 months to Aura and I joining, and then we were head commanders for Israel.
Really? Oh my
Yes.
goodness.
I will say this: I'm used to repeating my titles. It's been part of my training my entire life.
No, I mean, but like sitting down for the same lessons about the same
Yep.
things over and over again.
It sure is. I like using the Crystarium for this. It fits her character.
Veteran, was it like veteran or something like that? Something like that, I don't remember what the term is.
Irenaeus, I actually do have something I wish to talk to you about.
Would you like to speak right now?
It probably shouldn't wait much longer. If
I think he's more of a, is it something that needs to be private or can it happen here?
it would be mostly up to him after knowing. And
That's an easy answer. That's a yes.
Oh.
I noticed Sloth does it too, by the way. I'm trying to call that out more. Mainly, I
What
don't
does he
like
do?
people fucking lingering on conversations while shadow stepping.
Sneaking behind people and trying to listen in
I'm
and stuff
not.
like
We weren't
that.
having a private conversation. I truly didn't mind them listening, but they could have at least shown themselves. Like Lai, for example. Lai hasn't said a fucking word, but Lai's been visible here, so I don't need for me to say anything.
Yeah.
There's a reason why important conversation I prefer them now, even more up in the sky.
That's true. Can't exactly shadow step in the air.
Me sitting here.
I do not have that option available to me. So I am.
Flyers. I can't jump that high.
You would also get very tired quickly if you were having to participate in a conversation by continually high jumping.
Yeah, I would. Good
I do
training,
always
but
forget,
oh
it's
my
very
God.
hard to see from the ground. I always forget there's a statue of Jazz on the water.
Yeah, that actually reminds me. Who is that? No one's explained that to me. I'm assuming it's repeat information. You don't want to explain it, but no.
They're
A
a
student who
former
died.
vanguard who died during Neptune.
Former Vanguard. Okay. You're Neptune.
They were a pupil of war.
I assume there's a similar story for the one of Blitz over in that atrium over there.
They died. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware of Blitz because Imper told me all about that.
There's also the horrible statue of Lilith and the memorial for Florence.
Horrible statue?
It's like the statue of Jazz, statue of Blitz, like they got it on point. I don't know what fucking sculptor they got for the one of Lilith, but that's not fucking Lilith.
Where?
Like right over there.
Talking about the one in the waters?
I'm quite sure
Yeah.
that's not of Lilith.
No, it is. That's the Lilith memorial statue.
Are they holding, I mean, the other ones, I believe, hold the house pins on them, so that would be a pretty quick indicator if it was. At least I'm pretty sure.
I was quite sure that was just the statue of someone's of importance of the Vandals. Not
I don't think it was. It
Lilith.
has the same like Afro type hair. It's just not her.
Are you talking about the one with the sword, or like?
No, the one on
The
the
one
rock over
that's
there.
on the rock
Yeah, the one immediately to our left.
Like we can check with later, like with the professors, but I'm very positive that's not
I
Lilith.
was always under the assumption that was meant to be statue of Lilith.
I guess not.
I wouldn't know because I don't even know them, so I can't.
Truly mad at the campus is about to undergo fucking renovations anyway, but
True.
well, at least it won't be hard moving the graveyard. I don't think there's anything actually in those coffins. I think they're all mock.
They're more just there for the.
Yes, I know Lilith's
Honor.
ashes were taken back to her tribe. Blix was taken to Neptune. Florence, I think, was returned to Pandora. And I'm not sure what happened to Jazz, but probably also returned to where he was from.
The professor's staring. The professor's staring at us, and then he's just coming up.
More than likely. I mean, we have been up here for a while.
I haven't. Speak for yourself.
I believe I've been here the longest.
There has been a congregation of various people up here in this specific spot for a while.
There's always a congregation of people up here. That's like what this spot is for.
Yeah. I literally saw some of my favorite people up here, so I was like, yeah, let's go up here.
Yay.
Yeah. Oh, I never got to say this, but I wanted to say thank you.
For what specifically? I mean, I'll accept it. I'm just curious what it was that specifically I did.
It was a couple of things, but the best way I can really explain it without tripping anything off.
That alone tells me probably what it's about.
That is damn bad.
I'm just glad they're okay.
I might meditate for a bit, I don't know. I'm glad how much, campus has been calm today. Well, not calm in the sense that people aren't being rowdy, but calm in the sense of... It seems like most bad blood from the campaign is mostly, at least for today, seems to have pulled off someone. People are living.
Nobody's at each other's throats right now about anything. At least, visibly.
No, but visibly is all that really matters. You can still hate someone, but, be calm about it. Yeah, well, you're being paranoid about it too now, right?
There's a reason why I have them on the watch duty.
I mean, they're right behind us, so...
Yeah. It started happening so much, I've started being a little more precarious about it.
Fair enough.
Talking about people shadow stepping on top of things. Like you are.
I was just
At
gonna
the very least,
I
you
am
make
over
yourself known compared to others.
Yeah, hers is at least somewhat
So
visible.
I just came up here.
We've just been talking about a number of things, really.
Nothing
It's
too
just,
private.
it's just been drifting from one topic to the next. Right now, Amaris is talking about a presumably private thing over there, considering they wanted to let Aaron hear it first. I would give them their distance until they are done. I don't know what it's about, but...
Paranoia or...
I'm gonna be going back down there. I was just curious if you guys were talking about anything important.
I am more, man, that's the easiest way to describe the situation. Yeah, no, but Lock and Eclipse doing it more.
I've acknowledged it
I'm
too.
lucky that my Dark Mana side is always active, and I have a general sense of Dark Mana. Feel free to join it, and then she's gone.
I think she just...
There's a way to like...
Hmm?
I don't know.
There's a way
I think I
to...
might have a way... I think I might have a way to keep people out of my shadow, because I don't really like the idea of someone being in my shadow. It makes me feel a little uncomfortable.
To be quite honest, I feel like just your inherent being in the light and your reaction to it, I would hope, I say hope, I would imagine that would, just being in proximity to it that closely in your shadow would probably hurt.
I think the stupidest thing I've ever seen done is a non-dark mage attempting to shadow step into my shadow.
How do you shadow step without dark magic?
Like shadow users here?
I
like
am.
between you and Aura? Like...
No, but I've been here longer than Aura.
That's right.
Like, quite frankly, how does a non-dark user shadow step?
Okay, I was explaining that.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Okay, fine.
But, back during the 2 weeks Fate was unconscious, when me and Irenaeus were hunting, one of their vessel and one of their pupils, the vessel had dark mana and seemed to be able. The vessel seemed to be able to share some of its gifts to the pupil. So while the pupil didn't have dark mana, the vessel was able to let them shadow step. Which they were mostly doing fine with until they made the very, very dumb decision of shadow stepping into my shadow, and I just grabbed them out of it. Because it's my shadow. What the fuck were you think was gonna happen?
Do you think I could just technically purge my own shadow by just like once in a little while just trying to pump matter into the ground.
I
It's really
mean,
difficult for me to
it would be
use
a
on how they, depending on their method of shadow stepping, that probably wouldn't work.
it'd be a very paranoid thing to do just periodically to anyone watching, but the one time that it actually hits somebody, they'd probably immediately
Whenever I'm in pure daylight, I passively try to
Well.
my best to push the mana into the ground.
Do also keep in mind, people can just shadow step and just kind of linger around you. They don't have to be directly on you.
Yeah,
you
true.
realize your paranoia is probably for naught. Going to speak
my
to Stereo.
paranoia is
I'm gonna give her at least a warning, a heads up for her sake.
my paranoia mainly comes from people swimming near me. Usually.
Now that she's gone, I think honestly the new Centurion boutique is going to be about as bad as Sayori. Given that was her answer to how to improve the house with deadly spells.
I see. Interesting. Look, man, I'm so new here, and hearing about all of the horror stories about before, and hearing all this other stuff now, and then hearing witnessing Nomi almost rip the head off Bjorn. I'm like, oh man, this is really fucking rough. I like as someone who doesn't know what the fuck is going on and asking everyone's perspectives now, and then finding out that apparently there's just been a so-called curse to Centaurian doesn't really make me feel pretty good.
You just lose your professor at most half a year, every half a year.
Oh man, that's
I haven't stayed around long.
well,
How long have you been next to me?
not long.
A couple minutes. I just got here
Okay.
If it says anything,
First time I've looked over destruction in a while. Yes, you are.
On campus as much at this point. I've stayed too long on campus and I need to travel. I cannot stay cooped up like this. It's
Well,
driving me nuts.
you're going to get an opportunity. They're going to make everyone leave for a little while they do renovations.
Oh, thank goodness. I can go travel somewhere. I don't know, I might just chill with Amaris, honestly.
Assuming Amaris lets you do that, he has a wife and kids. He is the father of.
He does have
Yeah, he invited me. He invited me over. That's what it was for the past week.
Inviting you over then.
Yeah, but me and Amaris have hit it off pretty well, actually.
Unsurprising.
Well, we, funny enough, how do I put it? We're in very similar circumstances.
That I had a bit of a read on, at least from what I can understand.
I've had every shadow user / just dark user in general be avoiding me like the plague ever since I've been here too. So I completely understand where he's at about that.
Looks at the dark users right
Can I
here.
fucking help you?
You're the only one that hasn't ran away from me in a certain amount of time.
Or the one right next to you that just walked up.
I actively emit dark mana. I'm quite comfortable even around light mages.
That's good at least.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think
I'm just
if
not that comfortable for light mages.
Okay. Because I think the only dark users that I've really actually had to sit down and actually have chats with has been Aura, Rowan, sorry. People keep saying that. People keep saying that. People keep saying that, and that's now fucking me over.
Don't confuse me for that one.
No, sorry. Apologize. Let's see. I guess yourself now, Winter. And Willow.
What exactly were you warning them about, Aura?
warning was probably not the wrong. It's probably the wrong word. Just giving my heads up about something.
Fair enough.
Maybe non-important for all of you.
I see.
I suppose.
I'm looking for any opportunity to
Please don't be coming up here.
Uh-oh.
He's coming up here.
Alright.
Why does the mutt have to? What is?
Yeah, I've been looking for any opportunity to learn from all the older students as well, so I can get a better perspective from everything.
I'm about to say, what do you mean by older students? Because there's not many.
The ones that have
left.
been around longer, at least.
In like 3 different categories, being both involving the students and.
For Aerith,
I'm right here.
There's a giant boss ever in the way.
Why are you so big?
My dad was a floor giant, okay? That's why.
Fair. What can I do? What do you need me for?
I just wanted to pull you aside about something.
Okay.
Ta-ta, good luck.
Have fun.
It's not a big one. We don't want to go far.
Right.
Being slowly pulled away.
Yeah, just to give them a... What's up?
Have you ever been asked by any of the academic court at all for certain something?
Asked by any of the academic court about... Well... They haven't really asked anything of me in general. Well, besides TAC, but that's for obvious reason.
Well, recently I was asked to help recover certain stuff.
Are you responsible for a particular set of records that I came across in the Star Room?
Yes, I was asked to help recover them.
How,
This is
where,
your
and why?
Don't know, but I'm assuming I forgot and asked to help.
Well, to a certain extent, I believe they're the ones who are somewhat responsible for maintaining whatever still exists on them. Mostly out of the eyesight, but how and where did you come across that?
I'm assuming something I talked with her during, or I think before deployment. I think she asked me about taking her advice on something. And then I think she asked me after we completed. I don't think she did, but I think she emphasized of me allowing to gain access, I guess, from
Well,
helping Yanji or someone.
you are a pupil of her, so
Yeah.
you have elevated privileges on that regard. Interest. The only reason I found them was because I was flipping through it looking for something else as I saw that some new records had been brought in there. And when I passed over that page, my eyes skimmed the page and part of it just physically hurt to look at. And I got confused, so I flipped back and I remember the name and was quite honestly shocked to see that it was even there in the first place.
It wasn't truly possible to recover those. apparently it is with me, I guess.
Where did you have to go do anything for it, or were they just given to you? Like, where were these records?
I guess I guess I was taken to the domain, the actual academic court area, like you.
Okay, so you were brought to the domain and were able to access them from there. How often can you do that?
No. The one time I was able to go there was forgotten during my trial.
I
Seeing other archives there, mortals, I think as well, stars. I think that are locked.
But yeah, I imagine I would not be asked in that same capacity because the academic core is a very broad spectrum of subjects. What I was asked to do was well out of the scope of anything having to do with those kinds of records. Though, one of the records has been brought back recently is of the one I fixed, so I suppose to an extent they have some correlation.
Because I'm remembering that Jane has asked, is pretty much saying, like there were co-works in a way.
Well, that one in particular was another academic court member, and according to the records themselves, one of the earliest. So,
yeah,
it does not surprise me that they have history.
And I know the star name, and I believe as well its title, as I saw being recovered. So
the title is blatantly displayed on the records. It is one of the things that did not appear abstracted.
yeah, I want to refrain saying its title. Will lead towards furthermore to the star.
I would say refer to them as communication.
Well, it's not the same as saying their name the first time.
I have heard the name as well, in reference to, I believe it was apparently Lillian's mother had mentioned a name to Lillian as someone that they had close ties to in the past. And in fact, I believe tried to summon them here on campus, in fact, and, well, was met with the surprise when that did not go very well because of their predicament.
The first time I heard their name was visiting Roland's home in Wyvern in a temple. Followers of stars. Or like records.
Right.
Of people who were summoned them, or in a way. But the ones we recovered, some were smudged out, like unable to read.
Right.
The one I recognized when I saw was that star name.
I see. Well, regardless, when I brought up that I had come across those just by happenstance when I was reading through there, it garnered a very interested reaction from Erin over there. At the time, I didn't know how they had shown up, and no one really had thought, but this, honestly, in retrospect, makes the most sense that it came from someone who has some semblance of access to those archives.
Well, I even noticed that I have a family member that was connected to them, a pupil of them. But
Right.
they're no longer longer alive. This is just my thought. I'm assuming that family I have was this is just an assumption, their first pupil. So I was reading it, they're at the top
Potentially.
of the list of the pupils.
The only thing that could... That's presuming that the ordering of them is based off of seniority compared to just as whoever originally documented came across proof of their connection. But... And it's still incredibly helpful, as that's a lot of material to go off of for anyone who would be interested in trying to rectify their situation.
You say is that I want to have this information download. I'm going to tell certain people that are part of the whole court stuff. That are heavily investigated into it.
Right. I'm just saying, anyone who looks through there can come across it just by accident, so...
Yeah, but I'm referring towards me able to recover it.
Bingo. Got it. I will keep that in mind, though...
I've told Valen, who's part of investigation of the whole court stuff.
Well, a lot of the people well, not everyone anymore. There's a lot of people that's shown up there, but the ones I originally brought up the subject to, at least when I found them, were all people that are part of that group in one way or another, so... It is likely to their benefit that they are aware that it is a possibility, but one that should not be abused and overused, lest that option be closed off.
Yeah, but I do know, vaguely remembering that Forgotten has told me that in due time I'll be able to get more access over time.
Possibly being able, if you do frame it as doing something for her, she can justify or whatever allowing you access in there again and basically making an exchange of services rather than just giving things to you over time. You just have to find those excuses or opportunities and make the most of them when you do. But thank you for informing me. This is very enlightening. And probably, out of the things that I've had today, probably the best news I've gotten all day, quite honestly.
And I'm assuming the fucking big red not gonna like it when what I'm doing.
I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people on campus at this point who are doing a number of things that they are blatantly displeased about. I'm sure that I have a list of grievances specifically tied to me at this point. Quite honestly, all the more reason to keep doing it, because usually whatever makes them upset is because it's in the best interest of everyone that isn't them.
Well, I already paid off their second-hand person. I already pissed them off already, so...
That tends to happen in this line of work, I imagine. So... Was there anything else about that, or was that mostly the gist of it?
Most of it. I also want to say, how are you doing overall since the deployment?
Physically fine. I did not suffer much damages. Some of the rest
I never
is...
got a chance to check up on you.
Most of the lingering let's call them damages, is from how overwhelming the entire ordeal was from start to finish, and one of the tangentially related things that happened as a result of this incident that has not fully yet resolved. During the onset of it, the general made an attempt on my family's life, as well as others, and in fending off what they did, my mother got extremely hurt. And I have not had a chance to talk to her since she was still recovering and unconscious when I first got there. And more than likely, she's not going to be in a good position to talk when she immediately awakens. I believe by now she is awake, but I have not had an opportunity to visit her again.
You might as well. Who knows?
Oh, I know I will, at the bare minimum. After about a week or so, we are going to all be kicked off campus for a little while so they can do renovations.
Yeah.
So I will have to go somewhere, and more than likely I will go home or into Zuishi's custody for a little while, because I am going to be finally taking up that mentorship offer that was given to me from quite a while ago that she reminded me is still on the table. Both in my primary practice and probably a bit of language studies, because she is a speaker of a language that I need to learn.
For me, probably going back to the usual with Israel and doing my best to spend time with my partner.
But that being said, because it came up a little bit last week when Geo came by, I'm sorry for how things overall went with the campaign. I don't really know how best to have supported you in the way that would have worked best.
It's okay. It's not the first time I couldn't defend myself from early stuff, so. Well,
At the very least,
I had to defend myself to be able to stay on the campaign. Previous ones.
I didn't want to at least make it pointedly awkward or anything. Quite honestly, I didn't even know that there was a conversation that had happened. No one informed me. I just was asked to do something, and I ultimately did it, and no one made a fuss about it, so I just kept going.
I'm more upset that Molokari didn't clue me in on the thing before swapping on the last day. I wasn't there to defend myself, and knowing that, I'm more upset with Suki about me being replaced, but she told me that she apologized to me about replacing me with you, and she wants me back on, but instead she retraced her words.
I don't know. I was not ultimately involved in the overall conversation. I just did what I needed to at the time to prevent any harm from coming to people more than it already had.
Which she did a good job.
I'll take the compliment. That was all, really.
Yeah, that's not because some students dislike me on certain stuff.
I see.
What can I say is I did my best to give orders.
That's really all that can be asked at the time, is at least that it was tried. I'm going to probably make my way over there again, although I'd probably be heading down from this hill finally here in a bit. I've been up here for a while now. Thank you for filling me in, though.
Yeah. I was going to then as I'll possibly speak to Irenaeus about it. You know, he's not stuck in topics.
Good luck with that. That's his default most of the time. Did I miss anything?
Not really.
Cool. Yeah. Just talking about I guess my boss. Or my grandpa. I don't know what you want to call it.
Don't please refer to random gods as your familial connection.
The only reason I
I'm just going with the beat.
called me, but that's a dangerous game.
There is a singular star I accept in a familial way. Singular. The rest I consider friends.
I do see all of them as friends in some way.
My patrons. I don't consider all the stars my friends, but I would at least consider myself good acquaintances with my patrons. I'd fucking hope I had a good relation with them.
You would think.
I would be concerned if there were patrons that did not work well with their pupils.
I mean, I annoy the shit out of Omni, but
I know the shit out of fucking Charon all the time. I know the crap out of him. He doesn't like talking.
yeah, neither does Omni.
I understand how you annoy them.
You know. What do you mean by that?
Quite simple, really.
Speaks for itself.
Sacrifice. They were Kristen's father, and they've tried to at least take a more fatherly figure approach. And I've known him the longest, so.
Not necessarily today, Aaron, but I would like your help with closing the loop on the whole charm matter, seeing as you helped with the initial bit.
I can.
By the way,
With the conclusion of this week, it's been long enough.
that's and unrelated to that, regarding that subject of particular records being found, I have the context now. He did it.
Pupil to forgotten. That's how.
You could probably ask him for more details, as I'm not going to paraphrase what he said, but it was him who brought those back. Either way, whenever you get an opportunity later, I'll be sure to show you them so you can get a good recollection of them in the event they disappear.
I'll do that later tonight. It's neither you nor I sleep.
Understood. Then I'll come find you later.
No comment or no comment?
Hey, Aerith.
And then like, oh hey,
Yeah,
there we go.
Nomi was confused when they were using
bros.
word games.
This is a fist made of love.
What?
Context what I do.
Oh, hey, perfect. Stand right here, please.
Only after a meeting I had.
Thank you.
Nobody was saying that he wanted to have
Now they're in the circle.
Okay.
Where's my
There.
She's surrounded again. Darn it.
No, I'm going on site. No.
I had enough time being up on Aura Farm Hill, so I wanted to come back down and converse with people.
Is that what they're doing up there?
Well, no, it's just a good conversation spot.
Aura was up there too. Doesn't help the
I thought
fact
it was
that you
just
call it
oppressive
that.
musing the hill.
No, there was a lot of conversations held up there, and they were just one topic flowing in the next, but they were all actually relatively useful conversations, so
Yeah, my magic is starlight.
it's just a good place for visibility while still being away from whatever happens down here half the time.
Listen, you should be very thankful considering, and I say this very caringly and respectfully to our new professor assistant.
complain on that,
I'm
actually.
glad that you guys went down here. He threw one of the sandbags and it fucking decked Silas in the head.
I said I was sore.
No one's actually ever said that to me.
Okay, well, I'm glad because I don't like those things being thrown around because I am made of glass and that would shatter me if I got hit by that.
Yeah,
So,
if you want to die.
not very fond of that.
The tale of poor Aerith. Couldn't be done in by the dragon, got done in by a bag of sand.
Okay, bye, Fizzy.
Truly the best way to go for me, not anything spectacular.
What the fuck did she say?
Sand.
She's gonna go grab snacks, I believe is what she said.
Ah, wonderful.
Oh, okay.
Obviously, no, I don't want that.
I control sand, so.
If I want to die by sand, hit me up.
Oh no, wouldn't you be pitting them up? With sand?
Who wants?
One of
who
these
wants to die by
days.
sand?
No. Unless you do.
Not particularly.
I think we had that conversation already.
That's concerning that that has happened.
No, he talked about removing my head.
You talked about removing one of my I forget which one.
Why?
Or about removing your fingers if you look gangrenous.
Right, yeah, that was it.
Yeah, that is actually you got a point there.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
what
not.
happened to your fingers?
They're green.
He just said don't know.
They're just green?
I also have scales and talons on them.
It's a long story.
I'm sure it
Considering
is.
how many times they've been asked already today, I would have to repeat it over and over and over and over. So.
Welcome to Curiosum. That happens a lot.
Assume not a curse by chance?
No.
Okay, good.
Once
I mean,
again, my point still stands.
Except that they're green.
Right, I was meaning the literal form of magic, but okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, me too. It's not that.
Okay, good.
What is your magic? Green.
No, he's turning into a dragon or something.
Wait.
What?
That'd be kind of cool.
Alright, then you turn into a dragon.
I'm sure with enough modifications to my body, I could probably make myself look like one.
Oh, not a glass cannon.
No, it's a glass dragon. Then they have to turn themselves into a cannon.
I don't
And they
want
have
to.
a cannon in the mouth to replicate, you know, like a
I
dragon
don't.
breath.
I don't want to be a cannon. Yes, it works once.
If they're made of glass and they fired a cannon out of their mouths, that would probably just.
Are you explaining the joke to her?
Back home. No, I'm saying no. It's something for me because someone back home in Yanshi, Aki, is a glass dragon.
Yeah.
Oh.
So them talking about you looking like a dragon is like this is just fucking funny.
I heard that and just thought that you were the bits I heard sounded like you were explaining the joke to Story, and I was like, surely she doesn't need it explained to her.
No.
No, it was the bit of them talking about you who is made of glass looking like a dragon when I know Aki.
Yeah.
And even if I gave myself wings, I wouldn't be able to fly.
I can do sand and you can do magma.
You still would look better than Roland.
I guess.
I thought it worked for repairs.
Fair enough.
How do you get fixed if you get broken?
Mending.
Yeah.
I do not
So it
take.
wouldn't
I
work
cannot.
to, like-
I cannot be. Regular healing magic does not work on my kind of any of our varieties, but mending does.
Healing
Well,
magic
no, I was
also does not
thinking
work on me.
if you like lost a finger, for example, I could make a finger out of sand and he could melt it into glass.
I mean, if the glass is made available to me, I could just fashion it myself. It would take some time, but I am a golemancer, so I am able to make my own parts.
That might work then.
I have had to do that at least once, just not here. I've made replacement arms for one of the others, so it was easier for them. It was easier for them though because they're made of porcelain. It's much easier material to work with than glass.
I don't know if I could do porcelain.
It's okay. I can. It's well, not directly. I have to use the tools that are in the place that I've been converting into a workshop for a while.
Oh no, that's actually funny. Valen's found tiny aura farming hill.
I mean, the thing is that him standing there is at the same scale as anyone up on the actual aura farming hill.
Yes, I
mean,
know.
if you're
It's
at the right angle.
Yeah.
How they like aura farming up there.
Like, if you're at the right angle, it might look that like they're on that hill.
Yeah. Anyways, doing all right, my friend?
Same answer as before.
I don't think we've been introduced.
No, and Tequil, the new Valkyrie assistant professor, but you've probably heard that by now. That there is.
Oh yes, I've heard.
Whatever.
So what do you aim to
talking
teach
about
them?
how.
That said, Starlight, can I borrow you for a second?
Certainly.
Well, it'll probably be several seconds, but you know what I mean.
That's fine. Yeah, of course. Happy to converse.
I want to make you aware of something more so that I feel like it would be more relevant to Lillian, considering the topic, but I am not going to say necessarily how it happened, because I've been requested not to, but while I was looking through the star records, trying to, as some new ones got delivered recently, and I wanted to see if any of them happened to cover the domain keeper that I had repaired, which it was there, and I was happy to see that. But while I was flipping through the pages, one of them, when I was passing through, hurt my head to look at. So I went back to check, because that was weird. Do you remember Lillian talking about Hugo?
Yeah, why?
His records are in the book, uncovered.
You're kidding me.
Yes, now, I should say uncovered, but there are parts of it that are, like, very abstracty, like they are simultaneously visible, like, almost like trying to be covered up. And trying to look at that section for any length of time starts hurting agonizingly bad, so I do not recommend it, but there are parts that are uncovered in its entirety. His domain is plainly put there to see. I'm not going to say it, but I can allude to it. Communication.
Oh. Huh.
But
Okay.
like I said, I do not know if it's protected because of how it was obtained, or if they might disappear eventually. So I would recommend, if you are interested, or if I would highly encourage you tell Lillian that you look at it at your earliest convenience, but do not, under any circumstance, write it down anywhere. Keep it here.
I mean, for me, it would be kept here in my artifact. But
Well,
yeah.
that's...
Yeah.
It's effectively memory in two different forms.
Yeah.
Point
No.
being,
Okay.
do not rewrite it anywhere. But if you want to
of
know
course.
anything about that, definitely take a look at your earliest convenience. It's in the academic court book.
Noted. I'll definitely do that.
As soon as you get to the
Speaking of
page that starts hurting when you look towards the bottom of it, you'll know you found the right one.
Is it just more of you just saying that because she was the one who had inadvertently found out about them?
Because the way that I remember that name being brought up was through Lillian, more specifically her mother.
Yeah. She said,
And
I think
so-
she said that her mother used to talk to them a lot.
So I would recommend her to look at it so that she understands a bit more about the individual that her family likely has some tie to.
She has a tie, like her family has a big tie to Ion too. Though, backpedaling a little bit, on the subject of the academic,
Though
and now that
actually,
you brought this up,
now that I think about it, I'd have to remind myself, because like I said, I looked at it and I skimmed briefly, but you know how all the pages have listings of pupils and whatnot?
yeah, yours is
There
on
was, yes, but there was on his page, the first name was not shown, and they are deceased, but there is a Cordelia that was a pupil of Hugo.
Could have been one of her grandparents.
So, all the more reason that she should know. Anyways, academic court.
Yes.
I keep
regardless,
distracting
yes,
you.
I'll let her know, and I'm gonna go and look myself too. Secondly.
Okay.
You, I know, are involved with Sayori in looking for ways.
Looking
There's
for
one that I...
case information?
Yes.
Yes. Or at
There
least
is
trying
one-
to.
Yes, there is one that I'd like to see if I could help with. Considering I spoke to them twice.
That being?
Their actual names, is refresh my memory, is okay to say, correct?
I
If we
believe
know it.
so. The things that should not be said are their explicit domain or being too direct about them, but their names have been said before without immediate consequence. But It's more
That's what I
saying
thought. I was-
things in context is what makes it dangerous, so I would avoid giving more information than... Or if you're really unsure, describe them, because there's a chance that I probably know who you're talking about.
Runes.
Oh, sigils. That's what I call them, at
Yeah.
least. The
Yeah,
only reason
okay, so we're
I don't know exactly what theirs is, but I just refer to him that way because of all the little floaty things by his head.
Cygnus is his name.
Huh, okay. I will keep that in
The
mind.
reason I know that, yeah, the reason why I know that is because I overheard it.
Hmm. I've spoken with him as well, actually.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
He is one of my watchers. Alongside Bartholomew and Melly.
Interesting. Okay.
And considering what Melly does, I am honestly concerned. Greatly.
We can talk about that at a later time then, perhaps.
Definitely. That is a
Yes.
topic and a half to unpack. I'll just warn you now.
Okay.
And it's a lot of
I spoke with him-
speculation, but anyways, enough distraction. So you spoke with him?
I spoke with him twice during our time.
Okay.
And I'd like to try and help.
Depending on the overall methodology and whatnot, I will keep in mind that you have spoken with them and have at least a rapport, which is good, and a willingness, with the obvious caveat that doing it entails a lot of potential risks to yourself, and that you have to be very careful about how you do it, lest what you find be rendered inaccessible or otherwise worsen the situation.
No, I understand that.
However, from what little I know, and that I don't know anyone else who has immediately been working on it, I was intending to try to see if I couldn't potentially try to pick up the overall task of trying to organize their case, if not ultimately be the one that argues for their release, if we get enough to work with.
If you'd like, I would happily help and offer my assistance to help.
I will keep that in mind.
That area is my field of expertise.
Well, just having an expertise in the field may not necessarily translate to
I
what
know.
is effectively a very glorified, if not convoluted, court process in the legal
I'm aware.
sense.
I'm aware, but it's more me saying that I can relate to that relatively easily, if that makes sense.
It does. I will keep that in mind.
Would appreciate that, because I'd like to be able to help, where I can, if I can.
Well,
And
until the next crisis arises, I imagine to some extent some of those efforts may reignite.
so, there is one potential lead that I do know relating to him. And it was technically something we need to ask Lyra on.
Why Lyra?
Because this is where I overheard his name. Remember when we were trying to break Snow out? And we were trying to figure out information on his rune, on his bindings?
Yes.
Remember when the new folk were doing their heraldry?
Her summon, I think, was the one that I was pulled out of the room for to talk to Silas. I know she was an example.
She called a very specific star, one that watches me. If you know the three that watch me. It's the one that's very obvious.
You don't have to be dodgy about
I-
them.
They're the one who said the name. That's why I'm trying to be careful.
Here's the thing. With what
don't know, like,
happened,
that's the thing,
well,
is, like, I don't know
know,
how
I'm just
much
saying,
is-
with regards to their overall situation, a lot of things have likely had their timer set back to 0 because of their time of release and them being face to face with their old colleagues. So a lot of them may remember things now that they may not have necessarily remembered as easily, at least for a time.
Fair enough. Okay. Lyra talked again. And asked again. One of the questions she asked her was about that rune. About
Okay.
who might have knowledge relating to it. She said it's not necessarily my area of expertise. Roughly said it was not necessarily my area of expertise. There would be someone I would refer you to, Cygnus. But he's unavailable. And then she made mention that, and this is why I kind of figured what his area was. Then she made mention there's a temple to him in Wyvern. I don't know if that was the same one that we were going to go and look into with Lillian.
I don't
I
know.
don't know if that one's the one that's there. We just know that there's a temple out in that area. But
That said,
Jen said that she
wasn't
was going
the-
to send some of her people to go and investigate it. I
The-
haven't heard anything since then, but that's why I said bring talking to Lyra.
Well, more likely it's involving their pupils, if anything, but here's the other thing, is that even if it is, it's not, that one in particular is not accessible to us until winter, I believe.
That one that Lillian was trying to get to, yes, that one's wintertime. But it could also be that that is not his, and there's another one somewhere out there.
Given the amount of convenient coincidences that we've dealt with in our brief time here, it would not surprise me if there's potentially overlap, or if they are not if they are potentially the very same place.
Quite possible.
Either way, now you know. I recommend you go do some light reading. Also, a lot of pages on other domain keepers came up, including one that, from what I remember you talking about in prior conversation, Sappho has one as well. They seem like someone that would be interesting to you, if you ever had the off chance to somehow talk to them.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. That'd be kind of cool. I did speak to Stories this past week.
I
I
assume
also,
after the fact, after the conversation prior to the war.
Yeah, when we came back from Ontario.
Okay.
I spoke with her, and I asked her a question about what being a potential follower to her entails.
And?
Fourth dimensional waiting answer. I told her I'd be thinking on it.
Complicated topic, I imagine, yes.
Yes. I told
Considering
her I'd
it's,
think on it, and
I wouldn't say it's necessarily the immediate same thing, but it's a step below being a pupil to them.
I believe so, yes. And that is something I would like to eventually pursue.
Well, I can safely say that the more you have a bond with them, the better it will go. From one, all the direct saying so from stars themselves, but just from practice, myself, and the ones in question. So.
Yeah. I mean, we literally got told by both Gen and Destiny about the same thing, so yeah. But yeah,
Yep.
Also, real quick too for you. Lillian passed this along to me. I told her to talk to Sayori on it too, but I'm gonna pass this along to you so at least you're aware. Lillian is looking to become Victoria's pupil.
There's a lot of planets to review.
Huh.
She's been spending a lot of time with her. So I can't
I mean,
can't be surprised.
I can't directly give her advice when it comes to Victoria, but if she wants to potentially hear a little bit about how it is to work with them when she's recovered properly, she could speak to my mother, considering she is an active pupil of her.
Yeah, that might be an idea. I told Lillian to talk to Sayori first and foremost, that regardless, so...
I mean, to be perfectly honest, I have no room to talk when it comes to dissuading people from pursuing pupilhood, considering
Yours was a very special circumstance, I'll be honest.
A special circumstance, and quite frankly, the only reason why the way that mine happened the way it did was entirely due to a bunch of circumstances outside of my control. They would never have had me done that otherwise.
I know.
Regardless, it still was something on... It worked out in Yanshi's favor. I'm pretty sure that they probably did something that irreparably would have worsened the country if he had not been there. But that's besides the point. I personally think if one wants to pursue it and they have put in the effort and time to get to know them and have thought it through carefully, that they should be allowed to make that risk, so long as they know full well that they are playing with their life on the line and that it will put them on a track that they can't necessarily ever get off unless they renounce their pupilhood, which I believe is something that can happen, but...
I believe I have actually, yeah, because I think Zara's mother was a pupil of Dionysus, and then, basically the thing was, like, if someone could outdrink her or something like that during one of their parties, she would renounce, like, she'd pass the title on to another, and someone eventually did do it.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Regardless.
Yeah.
If she would like to talk to me about that, I would be happy to...
Yeah, let her know.
Regale her on my thoughts on the matter, as well as at least experiences. Obviously, it will not be anywhere remotely the same. Every single one is personalized, but I'll bring up the familial connection. I can at least give her an option.
Yeah, I would appreciate that, and I'll let her know.
Anyways, now that I'm thinking about it, I need to go see if I can find Sayori, because she asked me earlier if she could take a look at Percival, and I didn't ask why, but I said sure, but I didn't ever actually find out why she wanted to take a look at them, and I might as well go pick her brain as to why that was.
You know, I'm actually going to come with you, because then I can actually pass that news along to her as well, so...
The
probably might want to just check and see inside the
Lillian question?
Yeah.
Got it.
I may as well. There's no reason not to.
Just keep your head on a swivel while we go in, just in case. I would hate to pass her and then be on that wild goose chase.
The problem is I wish I could tell when she's in her shadows, because that's the hard part.
That's part of the trial. Is finding her.
Yeah. Not here.
Not in that. Oh, okay. Check for yourself then. See if I can.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, quite frankly, she could be just about anywhere.
Pretty much.
But I mean, either way, if I don't find her today, I'll just find her later. That's all there really is to it.
Hey, Sita. You seen Sayori at all? You seen Sayori recently?
Sayori, actually the
Sayori's
reason
up
why...
there.
Oh. They're up there?
What?
Oh, where her familiars are? That would make sense.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll find my way up there somewhere else. I can't climb that. This looks shallow enough. Okay. Wait a... Ma'am? Oh. She's up there. Oh, she's up there? I'd have kicked her. I don't do that. Thanks for waiting. I was. You just flew up. I was like, well, okay, bye.
I'm sorry.
I had to go. I had to go around.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I've been up here previously, so I was like, right, I could come up this way. But I was just like,
I
oh.
feel so bad. I do genuinely feel bad when I do that. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Aura's up there, and she said she asked one of Sayori's familiars to find her. So.
Oh, that was Aura up there, not.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. I was about to say it was a very strange place for Sayori to be just on her own, even with that being like the familiar house for her.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to question it too heavily, but it was still kind of like a huh.
Well,
She's
we'll see if she comes and finds us. So.
She's not the type to Aura farm.
Who? Sayori? Or Aura?
Yes, Sayori. Aura farms on sheer being Aura. It's in the name.
True.
I will never say that to her face though, because I'm pretty sure she would not find it funny.
No. Definitely
She
not.
does not have the whimsy.
Not in that way, I think. Speaking of whimsy, hi, Kyan. You doing alright?
Yes.
Hello.
Fair enough.
The power of trust. They are working.
I'm just walking, that's all.
It's a very, very strange walk.
Got it. Okay. Good thing you both.
Just walk away from there because I feel awkward for some reason.
Yeah, I know.
That's why I was just like inching away. I was like, I don't know what's going on.
As soon as I got that too, I was like, that's when I started also, but I'm like, nope. We're leaving now. Kyan is just Kyan. He's a law unto himself at this point. It's weird.
Understandable.
No, it sounded like he said something about the
Okay, something's happening over here.
They've been doing this for a while now.
They're just vibing in here.
At least for this occasion.
do not.
You can come in.
I keep forgetting if this one's solid.
I
or
don't
not.
care. I'm doing it anyways. It's funny.
It is solid. It's just I can let people in by
Oh, okay. Are you gonna let us in then, Lyra?
I'm green.
Oh yeah, I'm fine.
I'm not. I don't want to. I refuse. I'm continuing my search. At least I'll do that later. Never mind. I changed my mind.
I actually did have something to ask you.
What can I do for you?
Do you possibly have a pair of sending stones?
Not immediately on hand, but I could make you some, because I know how to inscribe that rune.
Okay. Even if it was something just like, touching the rune would make the other one vibrate, that would be enough. I just want something so that Kokiri can contact me at any time.
I can easily set up something for that. I can't immediately do it right this moment, but I can easily make a pair that are at least designed for that level of functionality, but I'm pretty sure I could likely make it for some level of communication.
That would be nice. I just want to make sure that my patient can communicate at me at any time.
Of course. I will work on that over the week. While I still have access to the rune crafting supplies before I have to go back to my own rune crafting supplies back home, but then it'll be much harder to get a hold of you. Well, actually,
I greatly appreciate it.
I imagine I could probably find it if I just sent it to. If I just send just like to the paradoxes. This is for it would find it. It would find a way to you, though I'd probably get put on some kind of Serenian watch list depending on how I worded that.
Maybe not. They probably wouldn't be as stuck up about it, but I can't
They'd-
say about the Serenite Postal Service.
They'd probably at least screen the package and be like, "What is this? What are you sending someone of such high station?"
I'm head of Valkyrie, father, and husband before I am any form of royalty, so I personally don't care.
I know you don't. It's the people around you that do.
I am aware. There's a reason why I'm going to pull as much leverage as I could on my trip to Serenity, if I had to.
But point being, I will make sure that you have something.
Thank you very much. And if you need my help for anything, of course, do just ask.
Of course. Presently don't have anything at the moment, but I
Consider
can
it a favor
ease.
you can cash in at any time.
I will keep that in mind.
Of course, I also will do the virtues thing, and it's based on severity. I'm not throwing down my life for.
I would be hesitant to ask anyone to do anything of that nature for me unless it was absolutely necessary, so I'm not going to get in the habit of being like, you owe me a favor, now hand me your life.
I'm glad we understand each other.
Of course.
Sure that Cooper's patches are ready for tomorrow, so
Yeah.
I will see you later.
Alright. Okay. Sending stats. Oh. What just happened?
Mizuki jumped Koa and then ran the fuck away.
I jumped out of a portal, it attacked him and ran away.
Did I just witness a drive-by?
I think that's basically what that fucking was.
I see. Okay.
It was just a drive-by. Holy shit. I had a headache. There was actually so
Did I witness a hate crime? What just happened?
Yeah, I mean, if you commit any crime with enough spite, surely it's a hate crime regardless, no?
Eventually. I wouldn't consider that a hate crime yet, considering like, Mizuki's just being a fucking creature.
You can be pretty hateful whilst committing crimes, you know.
I'm aware of that, but I don't think Mizuki's doing it because she hates him.
You can never know. Tikoi ate one of their fish earlier.
I'm gonna go kill an Ernie.
Damn it. That was the one I was wanting to talk to. I just keep him over there! And now I'm over here and I'm gonna go over there.
It's either teleport or vanish. What is going on?
I can't.
You can't.
Fuck you. I can't. I'm the only one here, apparently.
You know what? That's okay. Use the old-fashioned.
Please don't walk like that. I watched Kyan doing that earlier, just being weird, and now that walk has associations.
I'm a little glad if I got them in trouble.
The walk of a proud person. You.
What is happening?
I don't know what happened there. They were having a interesting conversation over there.
Uh-huh.
And so I sent Mizuki to mess with them, and then Cole ran over.
Oh, it's your fault that this happened.
A little bit. I mean,
I watched the drive-by happen, and I was just.
Listen, they were rating other students' asses over there before. I wasn't.
Okay.
I'm a fan of that. So I thought it was good enough to tell Mizuki to drive by them for that.
Okay, fair enough. Unrelated question. Have you seen Sayori lately? Because I got asked by her, like, early in the day if she could, like, take a look at my familiar, and I hadn't gotten a chance to revisit that, and I am trying to find her now, and I cannot.
I actually haven't seen Sayori at all today.
I've seen her, I don't know where they are now. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I've seen a few of the other professors around.
No, they're definitely still around somewhere. I just don't know where.
I know Professor Virtues and the new Professor Tequil were over by the bees and garden area, but I didn't see her. They might have gone there. That's my.
I'll go look.
If I see them, I'll let them know you're looking for them.
Yeah, it's more just I wanted to follow up on their request while, you know, it was the same day still. I don't have any reason why I can't. No, granted, I haven't seen Erin in a while either, and that usually means that they're probably the reason I can't find them. There's often a common thread between who I can't find in the moment and the underlying cause for it. There's those three. None of the ones I'm looking for. There's something going on over here. Oh, that's aura. Okay. Nope. Okay. You know, I haven't checked the cavalry room. It's a shot in the dark, but that would be at least where I would look. So I will keep that in mind. May as well at least visit the option. Though before I do that, I should check classroom. People do like to hide down here sometimes. Oh, okay. Well, at least I tried. Would have felt very silly if they were in there, and I hadn't bothered to look. Library is also a possibility. Probably where I check next. Yep. Okay. Library it is. Does not look like it either. Well, shoot. Okay, well, not the library, not the cavalry room. I haven't rechecked any of the ritual hall. I suppose that would be my next place to check. Hello.
Have you seen Oak around?
The last I saw, they were over in the garden, in the gazebo with, Professor Virtues and, the new assistant, Dekeel. Oak.
Haven't seen them in a while.
That said, they might possibly have left by now, so...
Well, he was looking for someone, and I was trying to. I found him before he did.
I do not know.
I think he is gone. I think he is gone.
But that's where I last saw them, so... do with that what you will. Unfortunate. Well, I might as well just check all the options. Nope. Nope. And last but not least. Nope. God, they are good at just being completely hidden. It was a long shot, but I figured I'd check. And I can safely say I have no remote idea where they might be. Oh. Hello, Winter.
Hello. Yeah.
And
yeah.
hello again.
Greetings, good noon.
Where do you want to go?
I have no preference.
Okay, we're gonna go wander around.
It's been a while since I've seen them. I believe it was, Harold. Huh? There you... Yes, I wanted to revisit that, topic you had asked me about. You wanted to see my familiar, and I didn't ever ask why, but I wanted to find you and facilitate that.
I just want to see the growth of your familiar, but might have to be saved for another day.
Oh, okay. Then that was all. I just realized I hadn't gone to follow up on that with you, and I wanted to do so before the day had ended, but we can save it for later.
Yep. I would suggest start looking into upgrading parts for it as well. It might be a good idea.
In what manner? I know that there are some that... I don't know how the process works with Pharmax in particular.
That's something more I'm going to have to ask Mythos on, but I'll get back to you on that.
Understood. I will keep that in mind, considering how much of a help they've been to me already. If I can...
Yep.
Then I will revisit that later when the time allows. That was all.
Okay.
Thank you. When it comes to people that are actively in characters, I like to try to find them organically first before utilizing pings, because sometimes they just might be somewhere very obscure, and I don't want to just, force them out of an interaction because I'm pinging for them, trying to look for them or something.
Chill, I'd say. Not too strict, I'd say, compared to, Resident shit and whatnot, anyone else.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to connect you.
I see.
Good night, and take care. Thank you for not shocking me. Appreciate it.
I see.
We're friends, Titus. We're friends, Titus. You don't need to thank me for not harming you.
Her son is visiting.
I believe we call that the bare minimum.
Okay, Kaylin. Hold on, we need to go bug Kaylin.
Ay.
That's okay.
I like freaking the shit out of them.
Look, a little shock is fine, not deadly.
I like telling them to go to their room and acting like their mother.
Yeah.
Well, now I want to see this. Starting to go off to.
I haven't seen you until like just now properly.
Don't worry about it. Again, I'm doing better than earlier, that's for sure.
Hi, Winter.
Okay then.
Hello. Hello, Winter.
Hello, mate.
So you have a new friend?
Wouldn't particularly classify her as my friend, but yeah.
I'm your friend, right?
Hi.
Not you know.
Hi.
Right there, and I looked at myself like.
The
Chris,
bit continues.
I remember your name for like 5 seconds, and then my brain immediately was like, nope, you're gonna forget it.
This is my mother, Kristen.
Okay, I didn't know if it was... Because I know there's like a thing where like swaps back and forth, so that's why I wanted to... Okay, cool. Hello, miss.
No, no. Pleasure to see that you're doing well.
Doing all right.
It is good to
We
know
are
that
doing
you're
the
all
best we
still in
can.
peace since last I saw you. It's good.
We are doing the best we can.
Not without an immense amount of effort to ensure it.
Most of us are in one piece. Most of us.
Okay, there's some of us that are missing pieces, but everyone is still alive.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the fuck
That's
off
the
my head.
important thing.
Big, fat, and greedy.
What the fuck? Hello, Locke.
Hello. So this is your mother?
Yeah.
A pleasure, Lachlan Coover.
That's so nice.
And- Well, interesting. I suppose I'm still going to school?
Yes?
Well, I'm learning things every day, is what I mean.
I was going to say, I wasn't aware that was up for debate.
I heard you talking about how you were going to something about your mother, and in passing very briefly as I was running by at one point, and I didn't think it was like a literal thing, but I guess it is literal.
To a certain extent, yes, until further notice. Nomi is fucking dead. To the point.
He's referring to you about being my mom. What do you mean until further notice? That's fucked up.
I imagine the fact of being this.
No, I'm gonna take it like that. That's awful.
You're petty.
I got it from you.
Right. Technically, yes.
How are you doing, by the way, since last I saw you? I want to film on Haro's Eve a little bit.
You can't even argue that. I actually did.
Worn out, but living, I suppose, is the word you could use.
As best as you can. That is fair.
Still collecting pieces from the graveyard. That's the next visit in the coming days.
I hope it goes well. And try not to wear yourself out too much.
I would if I could control that. That is.
That's fair. At least worth a shot of trying to say it.
Of course.
What? Lovely to see you again. Hi, Eclipse. I see your little shadow.
This is from the graveyard.
Let me stay in your shadow.
Do you want to say hello?
It's like
No.
a child hiding behind their
Okay.
parent or older brother.
That got her out right quick.
I just remembered.
That does really help you not my
Hello,
notes.
Virtues.
Yeah.
Good to see you again. How you been?
Right as I can be. The core is still adjusting, but we're working.
Weird
You
feelings.
seem more lively already. At least.
To an extent, yes.
Did you hear what I said about Winter earlier? It's worse.
Like the
There are a few things that could be worse.
What the fuck is that meant to mean?
Nothing. I adore you, my dear.
Apparently that doesn't fucking work. Noted.
Okay.
Whisper, whisper, secret, secret over there.
I can definitely say Israel's airships aren't exactly comfortable on the core adjustments lately.
I wouldn't think so.
I'll keep that in mind if I ever find myself on one of them.
Just like strap yourself down to a chair.
There's new additions to the core lately. That's all. It's heavier than usual.
Fair enough.
As you said, greedy, fat and full of mana.
What the fuck?
I'm not in a position where I can adjust my core.
In your fucking ass.
Appreciate it. Man, no pressure's at the end. He's already spoken about potentially getting me a secondary.
Core or?
Yes, in case this one gets damaged in the next experiment to make it easier to transfer.
How's that nerd doing, by the way?
He was crying on my way out to go to the portal.
Wait, who was?
Mentos.
Mentos.
What's his name? It's the canine from Aether. He says,
Kakashi?
greetings. Yes, he says greetings, Kakashi to you.
Yeah. I was literally just talking about him like 15 minutes ago. A fucking horse.
Before I came here.
Mm-hmm.
My old headmaster.
Can I so I'm a little out of the loop again. Only been here for like 2.5 months. Can I address the elephant in the room?
Yes.
Help yourself.
So are you going to be returning to be the ruler of Pandora?
It's been a conversation. If all
Not
things go well.
in this state at the moment.
I see.
My current residency within this isn't public knowledge. It's knowledge to the campus, but not everywhere else.
I suppose that
however-
would make sense. It would probably scare a lot of people. And
It doesn't help that
it would
she's
scare a
also
lot of people,
extremely.
and then there would
That's
be
what I was
people
thinking
who
of.
would be sobbing, I imagine. Enjoy.
And some that would potentially
Well,
try to do something to
also,
stop
I'm
it
not
all.
always
Positive
aware.
and negative effects. I can remember Serenity.
That's what I was referencing. Yeah.
It's also the factor that I'm not always in control of this body. Sometimes I run my candle wick and it needs to be pulled through. So during that time, the original construct's awareness takes over to let me recollect myself.
I see. All right, well, that
but
answers my question.
if all things go well and Mentos is capable of convincing the Wyvern Nation ruler, then potentially I could be brought back to my proper body within this year.
How
What
has
of
that?
the ruler of Yisrael, Mentos, yes?
Yes. Yes.
Fucking dork.
All right. Again, learning
How-
things. This
Do you
is
have any
school
other questions?
continuing to take me to class. No, I believe that's everything. Thank you for your time.
How's those talks with Wyvern going?
They were supposed to have it a week or two ago. Unfortunately, an emergency came up for Zephyr that they immediately cancelled. We haven't gotten word back about a reschedule.
That is very him.
They said they had something important to handle personally, that they were incapable of making time for Mentos and would be clearing their entire schedule to handle things. He knows as much as I do, unfortunately.
And I assume they didn't specify what said emergency was.
No. If I could go and speak to them myself, I would, but I'm not sure if the body could handle that much interaction.
While things want to proceed as fast as possible, caution is a good thing above all. You have
Yeah.
time, at least.
Yes. I have experienced, however, the past week or so, I've been less capable of keeping control of the core. Mentos is working on upgrades, which is making it heavier, but I'm losing more and more awareness, I suppose. Hope you're alright in the long term.
Right.
I see.
Well. A pleasure.
Of course. You need my talent. Yes. Okay. You need something to.
I realize that I have somewhat kept my distance, and I wanted to properly introduce myself. I'm San Kokuri of the Order of the Rikunin, and I wished to give an apology to you.
Why do you need to give me an apology, Bear?
I have long been uncertain in how to approach you, or more particularly, how you are currently. I suppose the appearance of your spirit and what is going on is, it has always been somewhat of a strangeness. It has gone against everything that I have learned within my order until this point. But I've been learning a bit more about situations outside of the natural cycle, at least the one that I knew. So I wanted to apologize for any rudeness in that matter.
You owe me no apology, Bear. It is fine. You were going off of what you understood. Unfortunately, my situation is a complex one. I died with an intention. I died with an intention of letting my people rest, and that side of the deal wasn't entirely followed through. I'm just sorry that I, unfortunately, with my action, made your job much harder within Pandora, at least.
Not so much that, just personal concerns that I didn't quite understand. But if I may, I realized that being able to talk to you properly, I wanted to ask something of you.
Yes. What can I do for you?
A while back, I had found a scroll in the Everfallen Forest. It had led me to knowledge of those that may be buried in particular burial grounds that I am told were ones that were particularly important to you. I've been trying to find my way to them and try to learn why I found this scroll, but I realized it is probably best to ask you in person whether that would be permissible, since they were originally yours. And I suppose they still are.
I believe all things are found for a reason. Either to return the order it was meant to be in, or get closure of sorts. I'm sure in your line of work with spiritology is complex, especially given this as well. But I believe in connecting souls with those that cared about them above all else, preserving what they were meant to be. Not all acted they wanted to, but they had to. And in that action was reaction. My gardens I like to keep for everyone to be included and to be given a comfortable sleep.
I'm glad to hear that. I was going to go anyway, but then I realized if I could ask you permission first, that would probably be far less rude.
I would appreciate that. I'm sure they must be lonely with not many visitors. I'm fine with that.
Very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course. I hope that gives you some closure. Yeah.
I just very important. Are you okay if I ask you something really real quickly?
Sure. Will you be fine for a minute, dear?
Oh.
If you need anything, you can tell me from it if you need it, okay?
It'll be quick. I promise.
On ahead.
I'll just.
By the way, story, well, I'd say I found it. She found me. I figured out why she wanted to see them in the first place.
Yeah, she
late,
came to me first, and then I directed her to you.
later conversation to have with them, but I know what the gist of it was.
Gotcha.
Need to.
Good.
Gives you some time to think about options, I suppose.
Fair enough.
Oh, this is awkward.
The whole conversation was
Me.
driving around them.
I was trying to enjoy my evening with my mother, and everyone decided to play 1,000 fucking questions.
I just want to say hi and all.
That's it, the thing.
I'm not yelling at anyone in particular. I just actively told her I don't want to talk about work. I wanted to visit her.
I'd say I just found it nice to see her, but I hope she's able to come back over here soon so you can, I'm just saying, I hope she can come back over so you can spend time with her. However, I am really going to harass some people.
As usual.
And so the Shadow Steppers go and hang out in someone else's shadow again.
If I say it again, it's just.
There's a small part of me that, after all that discussion about soul cores, that realization if even a ruler can be put into that kind of position.